Welcome back to day 6 of the 2025 Canadian Powerlifting Union National Championships. Right now we are about to start session 11, platform 1. We have the Masters 2 lifters, age 50 through 59, with all weight classes except the 105 division. And on platform 2, we have all Masters 1, 40 to 49, with the M2s involved as well. My name is Jonathan Nguyen, and I'm here with Jennifer Barbaranoff, and we will be your commentators for today. Starting things off, platform 1, we have Lewis Knoppers taking 162.5 kilos. Platform 2, Phil Kelsey, 185. We're already starting it off with a bang. Here we go.
Lots of depth for Phil there.
That's a strong looking opener for Phil. He gets 3 white lights. Lewis taking his opener, 162.5. Hoping for this to be a smoke show. While we load on 2. Jennifer, what are we looking for squats today?
Right now we're looking at Jonathan with 190 and Lewis with 162.5.
Nice easy depth there. And that's 3 white lights. Here we go. All right, rocking and rolling for the first couple lifters here. Do you want to explain the rules? Or do you want me to explain the rules?
I wasn't sure what you meant looking
Sorry,
at the squat.
I know,
I
yeah.
was like,
No. Do you want to explain the rules or want me to explain the rules?
You can explain the rules.
You don't want to explain
I can
the rules?
just, I can kind of comment in with what I know.
Platform 1, we have Chris up next, 170 kilos.
Rob, you're on deck. Brian in the hole.
And that is no lift on 2 red lights, presumably for depth. With the squat, our athletes are required to lift, bringing their knees in line with the hip crease there. At this national standard, oftentimes the refereeing is a bit strict on that in particular.
You also have 3 different viewpoints, so everybody's seeing a little bit of everything.
Making sure all sides are covered. So hopefully we can get a good lift on the second attempt there. Meanwhile, platform 1, that's a good lift for Chris. Rob Dyke on next on 1, also taking 170. For our opening attempts here, we do want the lifts to be nice and smooth. We want the athletes to get their lifts in and give themselves a good runway for the subsequent attempts. Each lifter will have 3 attempts to try to put up the highest squat that they can.
Ideally, your first lift of the day should be something that you can hit 2 or 3 times in the gym for a triple or a double.
Platform 1, we have Rob Dyke in the Team Canada singlet. This signifies that he's represented Canada on the international stage. That's a good squat there from Rob. Looking handsome as ever. That's a good lift on 1. On 2, we have Dino. Dino's already competed today. He did bench only on Sunday, where he won the Best Bench Overall Award for his M1 class. Dino's also competed at Masters Worlds. I'm sure he's looking to bring the heat today. Jen, how do you find the squat in your opinion as one of your lifts?
Squat is one of my stronger lifts. It's bench for me. That's terrible. I think that most women would identify with that.
I think that's a good point. Do you think squats are just enjoyable just because it's like a cool thing to do, or do you think you just
so
feel
obviously
stronger at
the squat as a movement is just, I find that the movement, especially when you're a beginner, if you put that bar on your back, it's very nerve-wracking, but as you keep getting stronger, you gain a lot of confidence. But mostly for women, I would find that just your lower body strength is much more than your upper body.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen that a lot in my clients as well. We got good lifts on 1 and 2. Both athletes are smoking that weight. On 1, we have Joel McCullough, 175. 2, we have 215 kilos for Patrick Boyce.
Bars loaded on 2.
215 kilos is dang well near 500 pounds. That's 473 as an opener. So what that means is that we can expect to see some fireworks today.
Good, nice squat for Joel. Nice squat for Patrick.
Nicely done. And as you alluded to, Jen, you want to have your opener be a lift that you can hit for a number of reps in the gym. You want to give yourself ample room to make good jumps. At nationals, where the competition is so close, the nature of the game is to make lifts, to put up the best total that you can, and potentially open up the door to podium or hit PRs.
Hitting it is also a nice way to adjust any of your second or third attempts as well, depending on how it moved.
Yeah, exactly. We got Christian on 177.5, Ryan on 217.5. It's really interesting to see that some people are different types of squatters. You can see Christian's a bit more of a tempo squatter, control. Ryan's a little bit faster, but still also tempo. It really depends on those leverages and how a person can bias different.
Ryan is also quite a bit taller.
Exactly, yeah.
Those taller lifts do not have the advantage.
That's true. That's a good point as well. Some people are going to be a little more taller individuals will be a little more forward leaning, while shorter people may stand a little more upright. But at the end of the day, we still have to compete to the standard of the judges, the standard of the day, and that's what these athletes will be working towards. On one, we have Sheikh Ali, 180 kilos. So this is just shy of 400 pounds. And Joseph will be taking 225, which is just shy of 500 pounds. So it's really cool to see that these guys are masters athletes, but they're still able to take on these heavy weights.
I read something the other day that said that strength doesn't actually start declining until your 70s.
Interesting. I would.
If you, of course, if you keep it up.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're untrained, yeah.
No, I think that's really cool. I always believe that strength is something that stays with you. It's harder to kind of attain, but once you do, it's hard for it to go. That muscle mass, that bone density. It's unlike, it's different from cardio, where cardio kind of comes and goes, like depending on the day.
Absolutely. I was listening to a podcast last night as well, and it was talking about if you've trained your whole life, as you get older, you can actually put a little bit less into your training and get the same out of it. Like if you've been lifting heavy throughout your 20s and your 30s, say in your 50s, you might be able to lift a little bit lighter dumbbells for more reps, and you don't have to put as much effort into it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I definitely recognize how volume needs can kind of change as you get older, especially as your need to recover also changes as well. With masters athletes, we typically see that they need a little more time to recover session to session. But no, I think the standard is that as long as you can maintain that base of fitness, that base of performance, that'll certainly stick with you into your older years. And I think that was really reminiscent yesterday when we saw some really cool M4 lifters, and that's 70 plus who are competing, and they're lifting as well as any of them. So that's really cool to see. On one, we have Kevin Steiger, also representing the Canada singlet. I had the wonderful pleasure of working with Kevin in South Africa last year at Masters Worlds and the Commonwealth Games. He's an awesome guy, awesome lifter, great attitude. Looking to see him bring it today.
He has a pretty narrow stance. Look at that.
Yes, he does, but he still makes it look easy.
That was very smooth.
Very, very smooth. And then on the other side, Kenneth has a wider squat here. And still also makes that look easy. So what does that tell you?
These men are getting a lot of depth. Truly impressive.
Their standard of performance is pretty great, and that's what you want to see at a competition like this. Jean-Sebastien, 202, bringing the intensity. I know it's early in the morning for these folks, but I like to see the fire, like to see the passion on the platform. But as you were alluding to earlier, it's really interesting to see how these athletes can, have a narrow squat or a wide squat depending on their physiology and still make that work for you. You'd certainly be biasing different muscle groups, but as long as you can perform to that standard, that's all that really matters. Jean Sebastian, great squat out of the hole. Pretty low bar, but as to be expected, he is French after all. The joke there is that French lifters have a naturally low bar position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so. A little bit of a powerlifting inside joke. You get it, you get it. We're bringing it back to the top for attempts number 2. On platform 2, Jonathan will be retaking 190 kilos. Why is it so imperative that he hits this lift?
If he does not hit this lift, he can't go up. Well, he could go up in his next weight, but he'd have to be pretty confident about it. But if he loses, I believe it's if you bomb out, essentially, on all 3 of your squats, you're effectively removed from the rest of the meet.
Yeah, that's pretty darn close. It means that you don't register a total and you won't be eligible to place or break records. So he'll still be able to finish out the competition. He's paid a lot of money to get here. And, I'm sure he still wants to have a good day. But, yeah, it's important that he gets this lift just so he can able to stay in the competition in terms of placing. Meanwhile, we have a good lift on 1 for Lewis, 177.5. That was a big 15-kilo jump from his first to his second, so he must feel pretty confident about that. Meanwhile, on 1, bit of work, but gets it done. Depp looked a little bit better on that one. And that is 3 white lights. Another little niche in a competition like nationals is that we do have a panel of jury referees in addition to our platform referees. And so anytime there is one red light, or anytime there's a 2 for 1, either way for the athletes, the jury will discuss and they can make any overturns for or against the athletes as they determine. So if there's anything that is quite egregious, they can make that decision. But typically the judging this week has been pretty solid, pretty consistent throughout the board, and that's kind of what you want. Great squat here by Chris. Bit of a shorter athlete, so he's still able to stay a little more upright. Nice efficient squat there. Ben Raymond looking to follow suit and tack on his first squat, retaking 197.5 kilos.
He's got a relatively high bar there.
Yeah, totally. Good note.
And he stayed very upright.
Yeah. And that's 3 white lights. You'll find that with high bar position, you'll stand a little bit more naturally upright, whereas a lower bar position, you'll stand a little bit more forward. What this essentially means is that athletes are trying to find their midfoot position. And so with a low bar position, you'll be biased a little bit more forward. But if your natural inclination is to lean forward, then that way you can find your midfoot and keep a good balance over your center of mass that way. Squatting is very interesting in that sense because midfoot is king. If you fall on your toes or your heels, you're going to lose your balance. That's a no lift on 1 for
I was going to say
Rob
that I actually
there.
find the opposite for me. When I have it a little bit lower, I stay upright. It could just be the length of my femurs or...
Definitely. There's a lot of things that play into factors there. So that's a no lift on 1 for Rob. Looks like for depth, when it's 2 red lights on the sides, oftentimes for depth.
Good job for
Meanwhile,
Phil.
on 2, good lift.
Up next is Dino Cabaret at 217.5 kilos.
Dino is competing from Winnipeg, I believe. He's brought a strong contingent here with him. His athletes have been performing successfully this week as well, but I'm sure he's not looking to be outdone. Meanwhile, on 1, Brian.
Oh, no.
Brian, make sure you stay with the bar for the safety of the athletes, but
I wonder if he hurt his
Yeah.
shoulder there.
yeah, you could call. Looked a little awkward getting out of that rack. It's always a bit of an interesting situation when you miss a lift like that on presumably what looks like to be strength. If it's a technical mistake like depth or, jumping the rack command, Usually that's a little bit easier to come from just because it's a mental thing, but when it's strength,
Bars loaded, Christian.
you don't have a lot of options to maneuver, so we'll have to see what he does for his third attempt. Meanwhile, Dino fights through that second attempt.
Bars loaded.
Good lift.
Nice job, 7.5 kilos from his first.
Next up, we have Patrick Boyce at 225 kilos on platform 2. On deck is Ryan Wilkes, and in the hole is Joseph Chamberlain.
On one, we have Christian, 182.5. Look at those quads on this guy.
I know, they're so defined. He must be quite lean.
Is this powerlifting or bodybuilding? I can't tell right now. Nice tempo.
I noticed with his last one it was a little bit slower as well. He must just have a very controlled.
Yeah. Yeah, I find that with, juniors or younger lifters, there's a higher tendency to squat faster in the hole or kind of bomb down to get a bit more rebound. But these masters lifters, with age and wisdom, comes the ability to understand their body a little more and learn how to be patient as they squat down into the bottom position.
With all that time under tension, no wonder his quads are huge.
Yeah, exactly. Very good point. Good lift on two for Patrick there, just shy of 500 pounds. Ryan will be attempting the same weight. I think it's so cool that, hitting that 500-pound threshold, you start working out, you hit 2 plates, 3 plates pretty solidly. 4 gets a little bit harder, but when you get to 5, it's for real. 6, please. Different level. Joel on 1, 400 pounds.
Oh, that was fast, but he got
Nice.
it up quite smoothly.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 reds.
2 reds for depth. It's always interesting to tell. It can be hard to tell when the lifter's a little more compact like that. Sometimes the singlet kind of bunches up the fabric, and you can get
Don't have a
hard
clear
days.
view.
Yeah.
Oh, he had a little bit of a misgroove at the bottom, but he got it up.
Good recovery. Nice job on 2.
Are you currently chasing 4 wheels or 5 wheels?
5.
5.
I've been on the pursuit of 5 for a while now. I've been close. Best comp squat is 225 at 83. But that pesky extra kilos evades me.
I'm chasing 3 on my squat and 4 on my deadlift.
That's awesome. Maybe soon we'll see you on the platform here.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, that's the goal. On 2 we have Joseph, 232, so over 500. I believe this is the first 500 plus pound squat today.
Nice, slow, controlled.
Very
Up.
controlled.
Very good.
Good poise. That's what I find that I always see from these masters athletes. It's poise.
They've got
It's
10, 20
confidence.
years under their belt.
Yeah,
They've
yeah.
got the movement for their
Yeah.
body master.
Yeah, working with the juniors, they've got the nerve, but sometimes the moment can get a little bit big, the lights can get a bit bright. But these masters athletes, they're unflappable. Just like Dean there on 1, making light work of 187. So this is an interesting thing here on 2. We have a big 15-kilo jump from Mike Crow. With bigger athletes, you'll see bigger weight jumps, just
He
because
could
it's
have been
relative to
starting
their
pretty
PR.
safely as well.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Don't know what the nerves are going to be like or what your recovery was like the night before.
That's very true. Sometimes you want a good easy opener to just get in the game and then make bigger jumps from there.
He had a
Nice
lot of
job.
depth there.
Yeah, for sure. Makes good work out of that. But you'll see with heavier lifters, sometimes making bigger jumps is better because they can conserve more energy, versus with lighter weight lifters, you'll see more 5 to 7 kilo jumps per attempt. Kevin on 1, 197, 7.5 kilo jump there. Platform 2, Ken, 12.5 kilo jump. There you go. Nice job, Kevin. One thing I love about Kevin is that he always brings intensity to the competition. He's always got passion, fire, this never say die attitude. I remember working with him at Masters Worlds. anything you put on the bar, he was going to lift it.
I love people like that.
Yeah,
They just bring a
definitely.
lot of energy and can-do attitude.
For sure. Platform 1, we have our first national record, 210.5, indicated by the 0.5 increment there. Typically in powerlifting, you have to make jumps in increments of 2.5, but anytime you attempt a record, you can make a 0.5 increment. So, Jean Sebastien for the national record. Here we go.
As a second attempt too, that's impressive.
He must feel pretty confident.
Yeah.
Bars loaded for Neil.
There it
There
is.
we go. We've got Neil on platform 2 with 270.
Good lift for John. He's a 66 kilo lifter, one of the lightest lifters today.
Oh, is he 66?
He's
I couldn't
66.
see that.
Yeah. 66 kilos, one of the lightest lifters in today's session. And one of the strongest squatters.
Oh, he was end of the top of the flight there.
Yeah.
Good solid with 3 right lights. Up next is Jonathan with 200.
So on 1, we are going to start our third attempt. So this is our athlete's last chance to put up the best squat that they can. In Rob's situation here, he's just going to retake his second and add to his squat total.
This is where we see people chasing personal bests, maybe trying to break a national record.
Nicely done. Depp looked better on that one. Ooh, unfortunately no lift.
Did he miss a command maybe?
It's a red card, so it is depth.
Oh, okay.
Hard to tell from this angle, but that's why I'm not envious of the position of the judges. Those are some tough calls to make sometimes. Would you ever judge, Jen? Would you want to get in that chair?
Absolutely not.
Control
I
the
couldn't
power?
break people's heart like that.
Yeah, no, it's a tough job,
Well, and then just even the angles that you're at is kind of uncomfortable.
for sure.
Great depth for Jonathan. Good lift.
Brian will be also retaking his second attempt here, looking to add 7.5 kilos to his squat total. Good squat from Phil. That was a good push there. Pardon me, that was Jonathan. On platform 2, we'll be starting third attempts as well.
This is his third attempt, so everyone, let's give him a lot of
No,
Oh, no.
I think you were right about the call on the injury there. It looked like he kind of collapsed in the hole a little bit, lost a little bit of gas.
Oh, and he's holding, you can see the one arm. He's kind of holding it a little bit more straight, like it might be.
Yeah.
I wonder what he's going to do with his bench now.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see.
Do you generally try and conserve a little bit of energy on your squat, or does your lifter choose kind of like what lift they want to shine on?
It really depends on what your strengths are. So in powerlifting, we have certain archetypes. As an example, a subtotal specialist would be an athlete that specializes. Ooh, big fight
He
here from
fought through
Phil.
that, yeah. But he got it up.
No
Oh,
lift.
no.
That's an up-down call, so that's indicated by the blue outline around the lights. You can see the bar drops a little bit as it goes up. That bar has to travel up in one continuous motion. So as I was mentioning, there's certain archetypes in powerlifting, one of them being a subtotal specialist. That's an athlete who specializes in squat and bench based on their leverages. So their job is to accumulate the biggest total that they can and try to fend off anyone from their deadlifts. On the other side of that, we have a deadlift specialist, or in some cases, deadlift heroes. Those are athletes that, have really good deadlift leverages, shorter range of motion, distance traveled. They're the ones you want to look out for because they can equalize the field in one lift with one strong deadlift.
That was a very good squat for Ben. 3
Yeah.
white lights.
That's pretty smooth. That's kind of what you want a third lift to look like.
225 kilos. In the hole is Brian.
All right, on 1, we have Joel with a high-risk third attempt, increasing his weight by 5 kilos despite missing his second. This is kind of where you risk it for the biscuit if he's trying to go for podium or placing. I'm hoping Joel gets this one because that's a big jump. That's a big difference. There we go. There we go.
Up, up.
There we go.
Good job. Three
And that
whites.
is 3 white lights. High risk pays off. Because that really makes a difference. His opener was 175, he missed 182, and he goes up to 187.5. It's a 12.5 differential.
He must have just known he had it.
For sure. And like I said, like we mentioned, he missed on depth. So you go in the back, you have to recalibrate, and then you attack your third. Dino on this third, just no gas. All good, Dino. He's going to come back from bench. He is the bench overall champion after all, so we know he's going to bring the heat for that one. On one, we have Sheik, 190. Ryan, 230 on two. That's a great grind on one.
With a pause.
Yeah, you kind of took a second down there. Oof. Can't imagine pausing my top end squat and still
Right.
able to stand up with that.
That's what I was just thinking.
Hopefully he wasn't waiting for an up command. Nice job, Ryan. Big
Good
squat.
struggle.
We got some good third attempts here. 2 white lights. We like to see that.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these pass.
Following these third attempts, we have the second flight of lifters. So we have another crop of athletes hitting their squats. So while these athletes are lifting, the second flight athletes are warming up. Following that, we'll have a 10-minute intermission.
What's the energy been like in the back?
It's been great. It's very, it's very fun, high energy, good banter. It's what you like to see. One thing I love about powerlifting is the community.
Everybody's so friendly.
For sure, and it's one thing I love, and one of the big reasons why I've stayed around powerlifting for so long. Big fight from Patrick. And that's a good lift. Nice job. Good grind. Straight up, straight through. Nicely done. The community in powerlifting is second to none. What other sport are you actively warming up with your competitors, warming up with your direct
And
opposition?
being friendly and hoping
Yeah.
that everybody does well.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
When you have boxing, you have people in opposite ends of the locker room. They don't see each other. You
Well-
can kind of take away the identity of the other person.
It's a sport that you're competing against yourself,
Totally.
essentially.
Yeah,
So you kind of just want everybody to do good. You want everybody to do their best.
for sure. No lift on one for depth, unfortunately, but a good attempt there. So this is interesting with Lewis here. He was the first squatter today, opening at 162, but because of the nature of his jumps, he's continually moved down
The
the
flight.
flight board, thus allowing himself to get more rest between attempts. Because he's one of the last 3 lifters of this flight now, despite starting first on his
I've
opening
never
attempt.
considered that as a strategy. Start really low and then have a little bit more time.
It really depends on what kind of lifter you are.
Yeah.
Some people just need the gas, or some people need a little bit of pushback to kind of amp it up. But he's going to top here at 192.5. That is just north of 420 pounds. On platform 2, Joseph Chamberlain, 235. It looks like he timed out. So a timeout is when you don't come out for your attempt and you let the 1 minute pass, allowing your athletes to get more recovery. So it's a show of good sportsmanship there. Lewis on 1. Big fight. Stands it up. 2 white lights. That's a good lift. 245 on 2 for Ken. Ken has no wrist wraps and knee sleeves. Is that something that you use? You use wrist wraps when you squat?
I only use knee sleeves. I've been trying to use wrist wraps now that I've been trying to get into a low bar position a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't find them as helpful as I thought that I would. I know a lot of people says there's more wrist support. I think it's just the way that I'm more so pushing the bar against my back instead of resting it on my palms. So.
Yeah. Good lift from 2 for Ken.
And for you?
Kevin on 1, 200 kilos. I also do not use wrist wraps on my squat. We're very similar like that. It really depends on like the wrist flexibility, the wrist mobility, able to hold that weight on the wrist versus on the back. Some people need extra support.
Yeah, you can see he's really holding it there.
Yeah.
Or instead of, yeah.
Big fight from Kevin. See what the judges say. And that is 2 white lights, a good lift. Front judge said they saw some up and down. Bit hard to tell. With that hitch, it may have dropped, but hopefully it stands for Kevin. Such a good guy. Do you use wrist wraps for bench?
I do,
Yeah.
yes.
That's more commonplace, I totally see.
More stability.
Mike Crow with a big fight with 247.5. Good lift for him. Kevin Steiger's squat will stand. And on 1, we have John Sebastian, 215.5, 474 pounds for this 66-kilo lifter. Trying to
break his own national record.
I love it when you break a record and you push it up even more. Make it harder for the next guy. Let's go, Sean. Up, allez, allez, go, go.
Fight. Oh, he's going to get it.
Grind of the day.
He got it.
Grind of the day already. Pencil it in. Oh!
Oh, no.
This is the opportunity where his coach can go to the jury. They can plead their case. Try to get that lift for that athlete.
We've got Neil with 5 reds, 280.
That was a fantastic grind nonetheless, though. Definitely worth a conversation. All 3 jury members must agree, however, to get that squat to be overturned.
He's going to walk away from today very happy.
Are you talking about Neil?
No, the 60.
John?
Yeah, John.
Jean Sebastian. I've been hanging out with a lot of French people this week. I've been practicing my French accent. Neil with the good squat to round out flight A. On flight B, on 1 we have Bryce, 165.
Good lift for Bryce.
Bars loaded for Sebastian, 2. We're staying at 165 kilograms.
Is that a French last name there?
Sebastian Gagnon?
Bars loaded.
One can only assume so. In your competition experience, do you have a preference between competing in Flight A or Flight B? Does it make much of a difference to you?
It doesn't make much of a difference to
For
me.
sure.
I think I've been in Flight 2. I've only competed twice, and I was
Okay.
in Flight B twice.
Okay, perfect. Flight 1 is nice because you can kind of start the game off, get the ball rolling. Ooh, very wide squat from Steven there for 165. Really using those adductors.
I've noticed as the weight gets heavier, I will just step out wider. I don't even think about it. My legs just like automatically will go out a little bit wider.
Yeah, you think your body's just trying to self-organize yourself into
I think it's
a
just
position
a
of strength?
stabilizing, like it just knows where my body intuitively knows where I'm the strongest, and they just go out a little bit wider.
Yeah, interesting, yeah. The body knows how to organize itself for sure. On 2, we have Edward Boras, 162.5. Edward also competed in the Commonwealth Games in bench only, I believe. Curtis, 165. Here we got the big boys competing in this flight comprised of 93s, 105s, and 120 plus. Again, all M2, 50 to 59 years of age.
That was so smooth for Curtis. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was great. Good lift on 2 as well for Edward.
Are any of these men trying to get a total for Worlds?
Everyone here is competing at Worlds. So the nature of Nationals is that the winner gets to qualify for Worlds, whether that's Junior Worlds or Masters Worlds. Due to the nature of our calendar, Open Worlds was already set in 2024 Nationals, as was Bench Worlds. But all other international spots are up for grabs this entire week. So there's a lot on the line in these competitions. Following that, there's also the North American powerlifting event. That's going to be taking place in the Cayman Islands. And then there's also North Americans bench only,
I
which will
didn't
be
know that
in-
there was a North Americans.
Yeah, definitely. So that's like the regional of the international.
The regional.
Just like how we have regionals of the
Yeah.
nationals. Yeah.
Next strong opener, 3 right lights.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of coaching at
Up next is Dick.
NAPFs in the Grand Cayman Islands a couple years back. That was an incredible experience. Honestly, like
A nice little vacation.
pretty expensive vacation, but it was nice. Like to be honest, like any chance to be able to rep the Canadian singlet, right? Like that's kind of what these athletes work towards. Represent your country on the big stage like that. It's a pretty incredible feeling.
Absolutely.
On one we have Wayne, 187.5. On two we have Nick Dolman, 195 as 195 for his squats. Nice job from Wayne.
Good lift from Wayne.
Nice job from Nick.
3 right lights from Nick. Up next is Brian at 197.5 kilos. On deck is Laura, and in the hole is Tony.
We've got Fred Smith with 190 and Brian Matchett with 197 on platform 197.5 on platform 2.
Bars loaded for Brian on 2.
Let's see this opener from Fred, 190. He's from Saskatchewan, so he's local.
He's not wearing squat shoes.
Bit of work for an opener, but still gets it up. No lift for depth. Do you wear squat shoes, like heel shoes, when you squat?
I do not, but I just assumed at this level most everybody would be.
That's one of the things that will be leverage dependent. If people have, a tougher time reaching depth through the mobility in the ankles or the hips, that's where squat shoes can come in handy. It also goes back to what I said about midfoot and balance. Some people like to be a little more forward to find their midfoot. That's what squat shoes can do for you. I personally like to wear flats.
Notorious lifts.
Avantis, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it feels like feels a little bit more comfortable feeling the floor and finding that position. Lloyd here, 220 in the Converses. It looks like.
I love his black and white knee sleeves. Those look really nice.
Looks like the SBD Momentum line. You can get that from one of our sponsors, SBD Canada or Inner Strength Products. Yeah, they're pretty nice. They've got this like ribbed, textured material.
Oh, I've actually seen those, but in red.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yes.
Different colorways for sure. No, they're handy. Roy on 202. Nice job there. Yeah, you can see Roy has a bit more of an upright squat due to the nature of his torso being a little bit longer than his femurs. That's going to allow him to stay a little more upright versus long femored athletes. You see that in many females. They're going to be more forward folded over, and they'll have to stay a little more over midfoot by kind of biasing the heels a little bit more. Again, Leon, platform 1, tall, upright posture.
High bar.
Great for the quads.
Bars loaded for Tony on 2.
Oh
Very
my
nice.
goodness, very upright.
That's almost like reminiscent of like an Olympic weightlifting style of squatting.
I was gonna say, yeah, that is.
Wouldn't have been surprised if you just, behind the back
Jerked it
up, right? Platform 2, we have Tony, 240 kilos. So these M2 athletes, they're starting off strong.
Got Tim with 227.5 and Tony with 240. Looks like a good lift for Tony. Let's see. 3 wet lights.
Very cute observation there, Jen.
Next is Jeremy Phillips with 240 kilos. Victor is on deck, and Steve Marquette is in the hole.
All right, on platform 2, we have Jeremy. He's probably going to be one of the biggest humans you'll ever see. Platform 1, we have Tim, smoking 500 pounds.
Great job. Do you use? I notice a lot of lifters here have used having the
Racks in?
combo rack in. Yeah.
Yeah, with the combo racks in, with a bigger lifter, you can kind of grab outside of the racks and not let
Oh,
the
okay.
hooks kind of get interfere because they're so wide.
So
It's-
there's rules around where your hand placement can be for bench, but there's not for squat. Hey.
yeah, you can, as long as you don't touch the plates, I think you can kind of grab fairly wide. And it's just actually interesting to see Jeremy not go racks in, but yeah, you can see he's quite large individual. I think he's about 6'7". Racks in is also something that lightweight, lifters can also utilize, because when they walk out the bar and it's racked out, sometimes they can hit the rack on their way out.
I've done that a few times.
Yeah, so with racks in, you can make sure that you avoid that. So
Well,
like,
and it just takes away some stability and can
Yeah.
really rattle your lift.
yeah, especially with a heavy lift, right? You can kind of get thrown off. So that's why John presumably has the one side racks in, just because he knows he might bias walking out that side and hitting that
I
side.
didn't even notice that there was only one side in.
Yeah.
Good observation.
On 2, we have Victor, 245. On 1, we have Jeffrey, 230. These are our 120 plus lifters. So as soon as you hit 265 pounds, you're in 120 plus, and there's no weight cap from that. So you could be 265, 285, 305, 445, and you'll all be lifting the same category. So it really gives credence to being, as big and as muscular as you can. Platform 1, M2. Platform 2, M1. Good opener from Jeffrey. That's a good lift. It almost seems unfair that like a 122 kilo lifter will be competing against like a 200 kilo lifter, but you see
You just
that
gotta
sometimes.
gain it sometimes.
You see that sometimes.
Well, I believe though, because if you guys are to tie in your weight, and they'll choose the lightest lifter to win, correct?
Yeah. The lighter lifter wins.
So even if you're down by a pound in the same weight class, and say you guys lift the same weight, the lighter lifter would.
Yeah, definitely. But there's definitely levels to that, because if you have like a 25 kilo difference, but that 25 kilo really makes that person strong, then that's not going to really matter.
Yeah.
On 1, we have the IPF president, Jeff Butt himself.
All orange SVD. Looks flashy. I
That's
like
the
that.
Forge line
Yeah.
he's rocking. This is Jeff's 102nd competition. He did 101 earlier this week in Raw. Makes that opener look easy, as he has done time and time again.
Now he's the president of the CPU or the IPF, you said?
He's the president of the CPU. I may have said IPF, but I meant CPU.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's our leader, and he really is like an inspiration in terms of, a competitor, a coach, a facilitator, an ambassador, everything you can imagine in the sport.
Just very passionate.
When you dedicate your entire life to something like this, like, it's certainly commendable. I had the pleasure of working with him as well at Masters Worlds. Great guy. But yeah, we were having that discussion about weight classes, right? So the person with the lower body weight will win, but in the event that 2 people tie in body weight, the person who hits the total ties in body weight and total, the person who hits the total first wins.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Isn't that crazy? There's levels to this.
So it just
stuff.
depends on where you got put on the flight.
Yeah, or if you
Or if you maybe lifted more on your squat than your deadlift, or if you're a deadlift specialist or a squat specialist.
Yeah, so there's so many levels, there's so many factors to it. If you recognize that you could tie, you have to go another 2.5 to make sure that you pull ahead, because total wins.
I didn't know that.
There you go. Or if you have a chip, that's where chip advantages can come into handy as well. But rarely do you see people actually like tie on total and body weight. I think the stars really have to align for that. Platform 2, we have Rob, 257.5.
But they do have it in place just in case it does happen.
Contingencies all the
Yeah.
time. That's the thing. Never want to get caught lacking. Platform 1, we are going to start second attempts, 175. Platform 2, we have Andrew Stewart, commentator bias, but one of my favorite lifters to watch. Also another athlete that competed at Masters Worlds in Johannesburg from Squamish, BC. I got to work with him at Masters Worlds. Incredible guy, super passionate about powerlifting. Always carries a great attitude. Platform 1, Bryce. Nice, solid second attempt. Probably got another 5 kilos in there.
Do you know if there's a reason why some athletes would choose to wear the lever belt as opposed to the prong belt?
Yeah, it definitely depends on your preference. With the lever belt, great squat by Andrew. Big claps for that.
Super easy.
With the lever belt, you can oftentimes get a tighter brace just because it presses down against your abdomen a little bit more than a prong belt would. But the prong belt is more adjustable.
So
And
if you are losing or gaining, you
correct,
don't have to.
correct. You can crank it or loosen it depending on what you need. And that's why SBD and other companies have come out with the lever adjustable belt. So you can have best of both worlds and still get that compression.
I've had to use a quarter to unscrew the lever off of my belt before.
Yes, that's what led to the birth of the SBD belt. Good lift on one from Steven. Holding it down for the wide squat gang. Platform 2, Matthew Lucas, also from BC.
He looks very tall. I don't know how tall he
He's
is, but he looks
a
very tall.
large individual.
He is hitting the top of the camera there.
Yeah, extends all the way up to the top of the banner there. Yeah, so you can see Matthew on 2 with the racks in, so he can reach around the racks to grab the bar. On 1, Sean, 180. 2 white lights. That's a good lift.
270 for Matthew. 3 white lights.
So we're now well over 600 pounds. I didn't comment on that earlier, but yeah, these are some big openers. And the biggest of them all, Scott Robertson, also from BC. So really great to see these BC lifters coming out and representing our province. 285. We've said this enough times, but Scott Robertson also competed at Masters Worlds, not in South Africa, but in 2023 in Mongolia. I believe he won that event there. So a very acclaimed athlete in his own right. Curtis on 1, that's a good lift. And we'll take it back to the top with Fred Smith, retaking 120 kilos. Good lift on 2 for Scott. $285 for Scott. His PR is 320 kilos, which is 700 pounds. I think he might be on track to pace that, so we'll see. Fred needs this squat to stay in the game. He's also got one more attempt, but we don't want to get there if we don't have to. Scott's putting in 300 for his second attempt, so we'll have to see. Nice job, Fred.
I think he saw his foot move.
Yeah. So that's a yellow card there, which could be for anything.
Yeah, you can see at the top. As soon as he gets to the top, he moves his foot a little bit.
Yeah, great catch, Jen. And that will automatically be a no lift. So he works hard to get the depth, but his foot just shifted. He's got that squat. He's just going to have to show the judges that he's undeniable for his third attempt. When it comes to platform, intensity, are you a kind of a hype lifter, or do you kind of just, stay even, stay cool, and just
2 scoops of pre-workout?
Yeah, straight to the dome.
You gotta have the headphones in, the sweater on.
Yeah. Are you the type where you're like, get the coach to like take the headphones off you, or
no,
you kind of just
no,
do that? You hand them off.
I'll just hand them off.
Yeah,
but
yeah. There's levels, when you have the headphones where you're like, take it off me.
A little bit of salts for the third lift.
Yeah. Back slaps?
No back slaps.
No back slaps, no. I'm the same. I don't like people touching me.
Yeah,
I don't like people in my
being
space. I just let me do my thing.
I don't even want to be talked to.
Fair. We got some good lifts so far on 1 and 2.
I find it just really helps if you're like listening to, say, a favorite song or just music really loud. It keeps your heart rate up and you're ready. You're pumped.
I've had to really learn to kind of manage my arousal when I lift, because I had one competition where everything was so cranked up to 100 that by the time I got to deadlifts, I really just tapered off. Like you fell off a cliff just because you can't keep up that adrenaline. And so, as I've kind of learned in how I like to handle my game day environment, you crank it up for the third lifts and then you bring it back down. So, you shift from like Bring Me the Horizon to some Adele and then back up again and then back down, maybe some 1D. So you kind of just like, you play with it a little bit.
It's funny because there's the stereotype that powerlifters take snoozes between their lifts.
And there's a reason for that. You got to bring down the heart rate. You got to calm the CNS.
Well, and then just imagine if you did hit, like I know who, it was John on the first set, and he had hit a national record for a second attempt. Just imagine how hyped up you would be, to calm down for your third one.
It's hard. It's hard to recoup and, bring things together and bring that energy back
Focus
out. Yeah, I find like sometimes, it's like you open up Pandora's box, it's hard to bring all that energy back in.
Even just making it through the whole SBD day, you require a lot of stamina. I don't think people realize how...
For sure. Because these are 9 maximal lifts.
Yeah, how much you're taxing yourself.
Yeah, the body, you're putting it through a lot of trauma in that sense. Leon on 1, 237.5, nice 12.5 kilo jump. Platform 2, Daniel, also 12.5 kilo jump. Great job from Leon.
He has the most upright squat I've ever seen.
And I think that's where you'll see that he has a very aesthetic squat. It looks very pleasant.
It's very polite.
Like if I opened up a kinesiology textbook, it'd be Leon's face and his body and his squat. And they would be like, this is how you should squat. Knees out, tall chest, hips down. But powerlifting isn't really like that. People don't live in boxes. Yeah, and that's why we've seen like wide stance, narrow stance, upright, like forward folded, like
you have to do what works for your body for you to lift the most, and it's not always going to be what you read in a textbook.
Preach, sister. On 1 we have Tim 240. On 2 we have Brian 212. So Brian's making a big jump here. That's 15 kilos, I believe. And again, something you'd see a little bit more with heavyweight lifters, 120 kilo class, checks that box.
Very wide squat for him.
There we go. 2 white lights, nice job.
I have to sometimes wonder if some of these masters maybe used to lift with a monolift with these stances.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if they played with a monolift once or twice. And a monolift, for those who don't know, is one of those like squat racks that just...
You don't step out.
Yeah, you don't step out. You stay the same, and the levers come out for you. So you can kind of set up in your stance and just kind of go. And I think that's what's cool about this type of powerlifting, is that you have to physically walk out with the weight. You have to control the weight from the unrack to the set to the squat to the re-rack.
Well, and with a new weight that you've never tried before on your third attempt, sometimes that weight can be a shock.
Yeah, I had to have this discussion with my athlete yesterday where we talked about respecting the weight but not fearing it. When it's a PR attempt, it's easy to get in your head and feel like, oh man, this might be beyond me.
You put it on your back and it's like, oh, that's a little...
Yeah, you're a little bit shaken, but that's where you got to be unflappable.
You got to have that. Remember, you've just never had that before.
But it doesn't mean that you're not incapable of lifting that weight.
It just means it's new.
Just means it's new, but you just got to go out and do it.
Yeah.
Right? Platform 1, we have Jeffrey Dolan, 245. On 2, we have Big Jeremy Phelps, 252.5. Healthy 12.5 kilo jump for him.
Well, and that's the other thing, because at the end of a prep, you're really locking into your technique.
Yeah.
And you have to, but yeah, like we were talking about earlier, your technique is dependent on you, like on your body anatomy.
Totally. Yeah, we see Jeffrey having a bit of issues with the walkout, finding his stance because it's so wide. That's going to take energy. He still gets it up. Great squat.
Yeah,
3 white lights, but that's something that you have to consider.
Yeah, with squat, bench, deadlift, there's all these little things like on the deadlift, like if you have like a hip wedge to wedge the bar, that can waste energy too, and people don't realize it.
Yeah. When it comes to high-level powerlifting, a lot of it is about conserving energy, managing the minutia, the little details, and understanding how to be in the best position at all times.
It definitely helps that when you are at a meet that you actually have a handler in the back for most to load your weights, and that conserves a lot of energy as well.
Totally.
In the gym, you're loading that yourself.
Yeah, and that's going to take more energy. Great squat from Jeremy on 2. 3 white lights. That's a long way to travel for a big man like that. 6'7's got a lot of distance to go. But he makes good work out of that.
Imagine the strength he would have as a basketball player.
On one, we have President Jeff Butt. 247 makes that look easy. 3 white lights for Jeff. Jeff has won Raw Nationals 7 times. He's looking to make that 8. He's been competing every year since he's 23 years old. Every
A
year.
life dedicated well.
Totally.
Just imagine how healthy he's going to be in his elderly years, though, from
Maybe
just
that's something
having
you can
so
ask
much
him
muscle.
when he competes after he's done. How's your bone density, Jeff? How's that
I
look
bet
good?
it's, I bet it's good.
It's good. I'm sure it's good. All right, on one, Darcy's 260. On two, Tony. Tony's making a 15-kilo jump. How do we feel about the outfits that have been presented today?
I'm loving them.
Yeah, I love the colors have been good. I like that Jeff's been taking some colors, you know.
Yeah, I haven't
Working
seen
that out.
anybody with too crazy of socks yet. No
Yeah,
lucky socks yet.
No lucky socks. Ooh, interesting style of squatting
I
there from
noticed that on
Darcy.
his first one as well. He kind of goes down and then he just dips right into it.
So that to me is more reminiscent of an equipped squat, an equipped background. When you have so much supportive equipment like that, it's hard to kind of feel the equipment and to feel the knee wraps building tension. So that's why you kind of go a little bit slower on the way down and then dunk it, quote unquote, to try to find the depth and get the rebound out of the hole. So
See,
that's
I
interesting there.
thought that he was just trying to make the maximum out of his stretch reflex when he did that.
And that is more reminiscent of equip lifting.
That is
the
okay.
stretch
That's
reflex.
how I don't know
Yeah.
much about equips, so
It's okay. There's steps. There's levels to this. So this is raw. So there's not as much like rebound out of the equipment. There's some in the knee sleeves, but most of it is determined on raw strength.
I don't find that the knee sleeves give me much of a bounce. I think that they just help because they keep my knees warm.
Your knee sleeves aren't tight enough then.
Oh.
You got to size down. That's the secret. Like these Inzers, like you could put a 10
Yeah, I've
kilo
heard-
plate on them
I've
and they
heard they're
don't
crazy.
they don't collapse. So that just shows how much, tension is in them.
Mine have definitely.
How stiff they are. That's what I want to say.
I know when I first got them, I couldn't walk, I couldn't bend my knees, but now they're a little worn in.
Victor here making a bit of work with 257.
257, what
I think
is
I saw
that?
some up downs, but it is a good lift there. That's almost 600.
566.
260 kilos on deck as Rob Keane in the hole for Stewart.
Okay, we have Steve coming up next for 260. Steve actually completed his national refereeing examination yesterday, so he's a new national level referee. Congratulations to Steve. He's going to look to secure his spot at Masters Worlds again. I think Steve is on his revenge tour right now. Watching him compete at Masters Worlds, he lost by 1 deadlift
Oh,
to
no.
the second best overall lifter. He was the third. The second best overall lifter from from America.
Yeah.
And I'm sure every day he's going to work to try to right that ship.
Keep
So
your head down, work hard, come back
Absolutely.
stronger.
Steve is built like a tank, man.
He looks very compact, very muscular.
He plays adult league football, like
Okay.
full pads.
He's very lean though.
He's jacked. But he's also got that run through a brick wall mentality. No lift on 1
3 whites for Steve.
for Sean. And so
Very
up,
smooth lift.
up next we have Fred. We've talked about this before, but Fred needs this lift to stay in the game. We need to get behind Fred. Let's go. And remember, you caught it last time. He missed because he moved his foot. And he missed
Oh,
his
is that Fred
first
here? Yep.
on depth. So he's got everything. He's got all the tools. He's just got to put it together.
He might be a little bit rattled, but I bet if he makes this, he'll go into the rest of the competition feeling a lot better.
Definitely. I believe in Fred. Let's go. Meanwhile, on 2, we have Rob, 12.5 kilo jump. from his first to his second. Let's go, Fred. Big push, big drive. There it is. That's what we needed to see.
I'm wondering if that's his belt. Just because I noticed on the side there, it's
Yep.
actually, it looks like he's had to size it down from a different size.
Interesting. So maybe he went out in the back and, grabbed a quarter from somewhere?
Or no, if he had to, no, I'm wondering if he had to borrow somebody else's belt because there's indents where the belt usually sits.
Well, we won't worry about that because there's rules behind getting your equipment checked.
No, I wonder if he accidentally forgot his belt at home and had to borrow someone else's. Okay.
Great job from Fred there. Way to stay in the game. On two, we have Andrew, 277 and a half, 15 kilo jump. Curtis. Yep. Great beard from Curtis. That's what I like to see. Nice squat from Andrew. There we go. And I believe that was our first 600 plus pound squat. 277 kilos sits at 610 pounds.
We are at the last two lifters in the flight here.
Of attempt two.
Attempt two, yeah.
So because of how much weight these athletes are lifting, the spotters and loaders are working a little bit harder to add those red plates on. So shout out to them. They've been here all week, busting their humps, and these events can't run without spotters and loaders. So
the workout for them.
this is the workout for sure.
Is it the same spotting team all week for all of the?
I believe there's about 4 teams, and they rotate through. Yeah, so
everybody gets a break.
Everyone gets a bit of a break, but it's a lot of work. I've done my fair share of spotting and loading, and I will tell you, I squat more spotting and loading than actually competing. Good lift on 1, 2 white lights. For Wayne, he goes 3 for 3.
You're moving 55 pounds up above your head frequently, especially with these taller men.
Correct, yeah. Matthew with 285. Honestly, I think he made that look pretty easy. That's 3 white lights. He's got that all day.
Up next, Scott Robertson is lifting even 300 kilos.
So remember, this is 5 kilos shy of his squat PR. Matthew also hit 2.5 kilos shy of his squat PR. So it looks like some big PRs are on the horizon here. But 300 is a big milestone for a lot of these elite level lifters. Tim fights it up just a bit too much. I think that was a good attempt selection, just not quite there on the day.
Boys, you're coming up next on platform 1, also calling for 250 kilograms.
All right, so Scott, 300 kilos.
Nice even round number.
There it is. Oh, he's got a PR
beautiful.
loaded today.
That was beautiful.
I'm thinking anywhere from 307 to 312. That's got some room. Maybe 310.
Oh, here's a kinesiology textbook. Got Lloyd.
The quads on him from this high bar position. Tempos it down. Big fight. Great, there we go.
Great job. That was a big jump for him too, 15 kilos.
Yeah, it was. And you know what? I wonder how, it worked out in his favor for sure. But from his first 2 squats, he moved a little bit faster going on the way down. And I think that's what he's used to. So to see him to go fast to slow, it was a bit interesting because it's not really how he squats typically.
I noticed that he had a little bit more bend there too. At the hip crease, he was a little bit more bent over.
Because I think it's Leon who's the upright
Oh,
squatter.
is it Leon?
There we go.
Oh, I was wrong.
Hey, good lift for Lloyd though, nonetheless. But Leon is the upright squatter.
Up next, Sebastian, lifting the same weight at 177.5. On deck is Nick, in the hole is Dan. Bars loaded for Sebastian.
Love watching them, their faces sometimes. You can tell they're just so focused and locked in.
Yeah, we call that squat face. Just wait till you see it on the pictures. Fast into the hole, straight up. Shot like a rocket. That's a squat right
He's
there.
like a slingshot. Like,
Exactly.
he's
Like
just-
that's what I
yeah.
mean. The speed on the way down to gather tension and rockets it straight out. That's what I love to see in a squat. That is
Yeah.
beautiful. Platform 2, Sebastian. Fights it up, fights it up. Great job. That is heart. That's guts right there. Because
Yeah.
that's a squat. Like, it's very interesting to see this side by side because Leon is like picture perfect. It's what you want to see in a squat. But on the other side with Sebastian, because he's got long femurs, he's like almost like fighting his body because it's like folding over as he's squatting. He's getting like that pancake position.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's not strong, but it just means that it's not like anatomically like
It's not the best movement for his body.
efficient.
Yeah.
It's just not like leverage efficient wise. John 250. Makes that look easy. Also another great squatter there. Nick on 2, 210. Nice fight. There we go. All right, these thirds are looking strong. In this fight, we only had a handful of misses, so unfortunately a no lift there. Announcers jinx a bit. But in general, really great squatting all around from these athletes. Very few misses. So many beautiful lifts, good fights. It's what you want to see at a nationals. Last 3 lifters on 1 here, starting off with Jeffrey, 250.
Bars loaded for Dan.
Daniel on 2, 215. That was a great squat
That
from
was.
Jeffrey. That looked really nice.
Oh, 2 reds.
I would aim to appeal that if I could. At
They-
least just have that conversation.
And at nationals, you only have. Do you have to appeal it yourself, and you only have 1 minute after the lift, correct?
You have 1 minute to, yeah, you're right. You have 1 minute typically to put in an attempt change, or sorry, to put in the next attempt. But the appeal usually has to be right away while the judges are having that discussion.
Still fresh.
All right, up next on 1, we have Jeff Butt attempting 256.5.
Bar is loaded for Jeff on platform 1.
Nice and hyped up. Little yell there. Get in the zone.
I believe this is a national record. Yeah, because
Oh yeah,
because
56.5. It's the.
So
yeah.
this is a national record attempt for Jeff Butt. This is 1 kilo under his all-time best, so it's certainly in his wheelhouse. Let's see how he does. Big fight, big drive. Here we go. I would expect nothing less
Three
from
white.
the
Excellent
CPU
job.
president. Well done. That's a new record. He got room. He had room in there. And that's after competing equipped a couple days ago. Like, I could barely get through one.
Oh, he competes both. That's.
Yeah, he does. I would barely be able to get through one competition, let alone 2. So
In a week.
in a week,
Yeah, and he's a masters as well.
I crashed out just from coaching. So he's got more heart than I could there.
I would need to nap for 3 days before even going to the grocery store.
Oh, I'm ready to be in a coma, self-induced, maybe ice cream coma. I don't know. We'll have to see. Roy Conrad, 220, 485. No, 400. My kilo math was off. That's a no lift, unfortunately. Yeah, 485. Yeah, perfect. Okay, we're chilling.
A chicken-induced coma from Deja Vu here in Moose Jaw.
No free shout-outs, but shout-out Deja Vu. 265, platform 1. Interesting. Very nice.
Yeah, we talked about that last time, but it's still a little jarring when you see it if you're not used to watching squats like
I think
that.
it's also because like he's the only person doing it.
Yeah.
Which also lets me to believe that he's from the equip background. You know, at the end of the day, whatever works for you, right? Like if all that
Absolutely.
matters is that if you can get 3 white lights, 2 white lights, you know, do your thing, live your truth. But yeah,
No,
it's an
just the first
interesting.
time that I
it's-
saw it, I
yeah,
was like, uh-oh.
It's an interesting strategy for sure. As we finish on one here with squats, we'll take a 10-minute intermission. We'll single in on two.
Got Tony attempting 260 on platform 2.
Marshall, can we single on two?
Good
Good
fight.
fight there from Tony. And that's a good lift.
Next is Jeremy with the same weight. On deck is Victor, in the hole is Steve.
All right, Jeremy up next, 262, or sorry, 260.
Imagine the strength, because they're levering up that combo rack in between everyone. It looks like it can be quite difficult with all that weight on there as well.
Oh, they are doing the Lord's work today, and
They
this
have
whole
some
week.
nice shoulders.
It's a crazy workout. Jeremy Phelps, 260, 573 pounds. Here we go. He and his brother are a big part of the BC powerlifting branch. They've, hosted their own competitions. They're quite involved in the referee scene as well on Jordan's side. So, yeah,
Nice
great,
and involved.
great part of the community in BC. There we go. Nice, great third. Great third. Good start. All right, up next on two, we have Victor, 262.5. Jen, how do you feel about the squatting today?
I feel like everybody's chosen really good attempts.
Yeah, I think
feel
this attempt section has been on point.
everybody has been doing a really good job, actually.
Yeah, like I mentioned, not a ton of misses in this entire session across flights A and B on platforms 1 and 2. Everyone's been pretty consistent. No bomb outs as well. Honestly, pretty solid. A couple close calls. We've had some records. We've had some drama. It's been good.
I'm still wondering about that guy with the shoulder on the squat. I wonder if he's going to be able to bench.
And I believe that will be an evolving storyline for the rest of the day.
I'm very excited to watch how it unfolds.
Victor coming out for 262.5, or perhaps not. Again, athletes have 1 minute to come out to the platform and get the start command, lest they time out. And
Now,
sorry,
the
go
other
ahead.
day, someone was telling me you can leave, if you want to skip your squat, you kind of leave it there as a courtesy so the next person doesn't have to rush to get into theirs.
Yeah, exactly. If you look on the scoreboard here, we've got some really big squats coming up. Spoiler alert, some people are heading in the 700-pound range. And so that extra minute actually goes a really long way to allow them to recover and recoup and mentally focus for the next squat. And so, it's a bit unfortunate for the spotters and loaders because they have to set up the bar and get it all the way up there. But it is a huge, huge courtesy to the lifters. It's oftentimes a good show of sportsmanship. And yeah, these events move pretty fast. And so every minute counts when it's a matter of inches in a level like this.
Especially when you have a smaller flight, if you
Correct.
say have only 10 people in the
Correct.
flight.
Yeah. With super small flights, like 6, they'll give compensatory time at the end of each round, so an extra couple minutes. But typically with 8, which is a short flight, they'll just let that go. So this is Steve Cormier's third squat. He's coming out for 272.5. That's 600 pounds. And this is going to be a PR attempt. Oh, yeah, 600 pounds for Steve for his third attempt. First crack. Here we go.
Bars loaded for Steve.
Steve's a gamer, man. He likes when there's a little bit of stakes on the line.
He again has only one side of his rack put in.
Steve from New Brunswick. Into the hole, drives it up. Fight, come on, buddy, let's go. Looks good to me, judges say.
Good
3
job.
white lights, 600 pounds. It was some work. He squats to depth. He gets quite low with it.
It says he's 120. He does not look that large.
Oh, he's 83.
Oh, he's 80. Oh, I'm looking at Rob
no,
here.
no, yeah.
I missed
yeah,
that.
no, he's 185 kilos or less. He actually weighed in light. He's 79. He's 80 kilos.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's right there. Okay, there we go.
He's 79 kilos.
And he just lifted.
Squatting.
What is that body weight? How many times his body weight is that?
You know what? That's like the one thing I'm not very good at. It's almost 3.5 times body weight.
Excellent lift for him.
But yeah, that's pretty incredible. 176 pounds, 176 pound body weight, 600 pound squat. You do the math. That's pretty impressive to me. Up next, we have Rob, 275. So this is 6'11", I believe. Also a very huge squat in its own right. Oh yeah, that's a fight. And that's a good lift. Well done. Well done from Rob. All right, Jen, here comes my BC bias. We have our last 3 lifters coming out for their last squats, the largest squats of the day. We've got a couple minutes left before bench starts on 1, so we'll really enjoy this. Andrew's going to be attempting a 5 kg squat PR. 287.5, 633 pounds. Let's go, Andrew. Oh, he made that look easy.
That was very nice.
That is 3 white lights for Andrew.
He seems pretty happy about that.
Honestly, he is only as strong as he is handsome, and he is very handsome. That's incredible. All right, next lift, Matthew Lucas, 300 kilos. This is a crazy 12.5 kilo attempt on top of his current PR.
And a 15-kilo jump.
And a 15-kilo jump. He is not messing around here. Like, he is going for broke. 300 kilos, sits at 661 pounds. Also from BC, also from Squamish. Here we go. Drive it up. Oh. It did look a little unclean coming into the hole. One side, one hip collapsing a little bit.
That.
Yeah. Tough to rebound out of that. But hey, a valiant effort. This is nationals. You got to swing for the fence sometimes, especially in a stack class like he finds himself here. And finally, the last squat on 2 before our 10-minute intermission. Scott Robertson attempting 310 kilos. I think I kind of called that. This is also going to be a PR attempt for Scott.
Bars loaded for Scott. Let's cheer on, guys. Third attempt.
So I've noticed that they don't wipe the bar off on squats like they do on deadlifts. Is there a reason for that?
It's because we're not trying to grip the bar when we're squatting. Yeah, we're not trying to hold the bar up.
It's not hitting skin on the legs.
Yeah, exactly. You can ask for the bar to get clean on squats, but oftentimes it's not necessary.
Just a bunch of chalk on it anyways.
Yeah.
2.5 kilos.
Oh, and we are starting on bench on platform
Easy
1.
squat there from Scott. 2 white lights. Probably should have put some lift weight on the bar.
Here we go, Scott. And this ends our squats for session 1 this Thursday. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
As we wrap up,
And then we'll
squats on 2. We'll single in on 1.
light A lifters. You have 7
Starting with
minutes.
Lewis, 102.5. And like we've seen from Lewis, he likes to take big jumps. I'm seeing something like 115 for the next one. Kevin up next, 110 kilos. So it sounds like from our conversation, Jen, bench may not be as big on you on your, list than squats, perhaps.
Yeah, it is a very technical lift, and I just have a lot of issues activating my lats to really I can get the bar off with my lats, but just keeping my lats activated throughout the whole movement is very difficult for me.
Yeah, that's definitely a tricky thing, getting the lats to fire. I find that for me, using my lats to set my wedge goes a long way. Holding that tall position.
Keeping the shoulders down and
Great opening attempt from Kevin there. He's from Barrie, Ontario, a nutrition coach, vegan, overall great guy. Formerly a bodybuilder.
for 15 years.
15 years, yeah, bodybuilder before he transitioned to powerlifting.
There are 3 commands that the athlete is listening to for the bench press. Start, press, and rack.
Up next is Joel, also attempting 110. I personally love bench. Bench has never done me dirty. I find that with my leverages, shorter arms, bigger chest, I can get a good push off the chest.
Do you have a nice arch as well? I find that actually hurts me to get into a nice big arch position.
I'm personally not the type to arch max, but I do have a decent arch. Still a little bit of ROM, but a moderate amount.
Yeah, I definitely have long arms. I'm definitely a deadlift person.
Honestly, if there was one to choose, that would be the one. Joel, good
You're
lift,
the
2 white
strongest
lights.
in it no matter what.
Exactly. 2 white lights. So common infractions on bench press can be elbow depth, which is a fairly new rule. The butt lifting, butt's got to stay planted on the bench. You got to keep that peak on.
I don't see many people wearing belts for their bench.
The belt actually is the one where there's the biggest discrepancy. Oftentimes you'll find that squat, for sure, everyone's wearing a belt. Deadlift can be preferential, but bench is the most where people may not wear a belt. I've kind of gone back and forth with a belt on bench. Sometimes I find it might give me a better brace, but currently I don't wear a belt just because I can keep a better extended position throughout my rib cage, keeping my torso up without a bench.
I find that I brace a little bit differently for bench than I do for the other lifts. It's more of trying to bear into my lungs instead of into my stomach.
That makes sense. Yeah, when you're squatting, you want to keep your rib cage over your
Yeah.
abs and kind of fill out your obliques, kind of load through that area. Versus when you're laying on the bench, you want to brace through your almost like your
chest.
rib cage, kind of
Yeah.
extend through your rib cage, driving your torso up, just to help to maintain that arch and driving your back and down on the bench to wedge your traps there. Those are kind of the cues that I generally lean towards when I'm cueing on bench. Brian, 127.5.
The crowd has been getting bigger over the morning. We've actually got quite a few people here for 11 in the morning, 11:30 now.
Not half bad. $127 sits just about 280, almost 290. Makes light work out of that. So the bench is the most interesting lift in the sense that you're laying down, you're not standing up. You can't see the referees because you're laying down. So you have to audibly hear the command, and in a loud environment, it can be hard to discern those commands. And then there's also the most commands to adhere to.
But there
Start,
won't
press,
be
and
any
rack.
pictures of your face, so that's kind of nice.
Well, funny enough, when people take pictures of your bench, a lot of times there's so many double chins because you're pulling your neck down so much. So that's very flattering, especially for me. Sheikh Ali, 130 kilos, 286 on the bar.
Yeah, you don't see very many people using their bench photo as their profile picture.
Hey, some to it. Okay, Sheik has a very narrow grip on the bar,
And long arms.
long arms as well. Yeah, this is more reminiscent of like a bro gym style with you're not arch maxing as much, flat back. You're using those triceps a little bit more. Nothing inherently wrong with that. As if that's your strength, that's your strength.
I do find, yeah, my bench is stronger with a closer grip, and I have very long arms.
Yeah, exactly. Working with a wider grip can be something that takes time to adapt to, but I find that over time it becomes more comfortable just because you're using more musculature within your pecs that way. Christian Bond, 135, 286 pounds.
Look at his forearms. Those are, there's so many muscles there.
I wonder if he's a farm guy, or he just loves like rock climbing maybe.
I bet that rock climbing would be a very good accessory for your bench.
I would say for deadlifts because of the grip
Oh,
strength.
yeah, I guess, hey?
Nice job, Christian. Pardon me, that was 297 pounds. And then Chris is coming up next, and he will give us our first 300 plus pound bench of the day.
140, that's 308, correct?
Yeah, 308. Nice. 142 would be like 3 plates in the gym, 3 commercial gym plates,
3 pies.
3 wheels. Chris is our other competitor in the 66 class.
Showing off a little bit of uniqueness with the skull singlet.
One thing you'll also find is that people may change singlets throughout each lift.
Oh.
So they like to change out their outfit, stay fresh, stay clean. Start command given.
There's a little bit of a pause there.
And 2 to 1 for a red light. Could have been elbow depth there because he has a high arch, right? So it could be
Yeah.
elbow depth.
He's a shorter lifter, it looks.
Yeah. He looks like he's a high arch lifter. Rob Dyke, 140 kilos, also taking 308. Bench is so interesting to me because it's the only upper body based lift within the powerlifting disciplines, and through that the frequency volume needs for bench is different from squat and deadlift. People oftentimes are benching. Great bench there from Rob. That's what I like to see. People are often benching more than they are squatting and deadlifting just because you can recover faster on bench press.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people will bench 3 times a week,
I know
4
for
times a week.
my last meet, I was doing bench 4 times a week, and it
Yeah.
actually did improve my bench by quite a bit.
because it's all about skill
Technique.
acquisition,
Yeah, we were doing variations, so we had a comp, we had touch and goes, we had Spoto.
and that's a good way to mix it up, right? Just because not
Work
all
on
of
the
the
weak
training
points.
days will be the same. They have different volume and work capacity demands. But in general, as long as you can increase that skill acquisition, become more proficient in the bench press, that will lead to better bench gains. And that's going to be a little bit different from deadlift and squat because, say you're squatting 4 times a week, that's really going to beat up your joints. That's going to take away from your capacity to recover. So in that way,
Taxing the CNS.
yeah, exactly. In that capacity, you're required to do a little bit less
But bench
throughout the
requires,
week.
I think that's why more frequent bench sessions would help because bench is the most technical lift.
Yeah, 100%. 140 kilos looks easy for Dean, and now we're going to start second attempts.
Oh, we have a very short flight here.
Folks
Oh, we've got more attempts coming in.
Yeah, this is second attempt. Starting up next with Joel, only taking a 2.5 kilo jump, the lowest that you can take. I wasn't sure how his first moved, so we'll see how this one goes.
Our first
Jen, who was it that hurt their arm, it looked like?
platform 2 today
He
is
was wearing, I
220.
feel like he was wearing green. He was wearing a green singlet.
Kilos.
I can't remember his name.
On deck
Or he was
is
wearing a green
deadlift.
shirt.
Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
20 seconds out.
I'm not good with names, so don't ask me that. And there's so many of them just cycling through.
There's a lot of things to remember here.
Yeah.
So it looks like it was a limit lift on his opener. It'll be interesting to see what he does for a second. When it's strength, not a lot of room to kind of go from there, so we'll
And
have
you
to see.
can't move down in your selection attempt either. You can
Correct.
only stay the same or go up and wait.
And that's why attempt selection plays such a huge role in powerlifting, because some people think that powerlifting is about lifting the most weight that you can, and in one cases it is, but in competitions like this where the competition of play is so high, every kilo counts, and thereby it's important to make lifts and build the total just so you can give yourself the chance to potentially podium, to potentially hit a total PR, right? It's all about being the best
Playing a
competitor
little
that you can be.
safer for the first two, for sure.
I mean, it depends on what your skill is, right?
Yeah.
But it's all about playing the game. Good lift on Lewis. So Lewis took 102, jumped to 112. That looked easy. I reckon 120 maybe in the cards for his third attempt there.
Do we know who's in first on platform 1?
We can definitely see who the leading favorites are, but I typically like to let squat and bench play out, and then we'll kind of see the placing game when it comes to deadlifts. It's a little bit easier to read because we still have deadlifts to go, and people can change their opener for deadlifts depending on how things are feeling.
You have how many minutes to change your deadlift before starting?
You have up until 3 minutes before the first lift. So, Kevin, 115, and now we're starting on platform 2 as well.
Bars loaded for bed.
Ben, 115. Nicely done from Kevin there.
Going to 125 kilograms on the bar for John Sebastian.
John Sebastian taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 125. And Ben, 115. Nice. Good stuff. It's always tricky when you unrack the bar and hold that weight over your head, because it's a lot of weight and it's like kind of bearing down on you, and you're waiting for that start command. The side judges are
And
looking.
depending on who's commanding you too, some people might not be able to have the best vision of if the bar is stable at the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. Those side judges there, they're looking for that butt to be down, the heels to be flat as well. That's another big thing. If the heels are up, you won't get the start command.
We've got Brian coming up next at 132.5 kilos.
Nice push.
Bars loaded for Brian.
Brian, 132, 5 kilo jump. John, 125.
Right here, it was Brian Colborne. Weren't sure if he hurt his shoulder or not.
He was good on his opening lift, so we'll have to see. Brian's coming in from Calgary, and he's an engineering technician. Very cool.
Nice and wedged in there, very narrow feet.
And that's 3 white lines for Jonathan. Up next is Patrick at 135 kilos.
It's a good lift from Brian there. His bench PB is 142, so we'll see what he does. I would imagine he's probably affected a bit by that shoulder or that arm. But the fact that he's still even benching is pretty great.
And close enough to his PB as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so Brian took a 5 kilo jump there. Patrick, 135. Platform 1, Sheik, 135 as well. Sheik with the close grip. Patrick with the wide air grip. As the platform chief, you got to be careful when people are swinging out like that. You don't want to catch a head to the knee or something. Good lift on 2 white lights. Oftentimes one yellow light on the side like that could be butt. Hard to tell from the angle here, but when you're driving into your legs and kind of pushing your hips up, sometimes your butt kind of lifts
Yeah.
off the bench.
I know that people had talked about it many times before, but until I had first experienced it for myself, I couldn't really understand it. It's kind of one of those things that you just have to experience to know what the
Yeah.
feeling of your butt coming up is like.
Yeah, definitely. On one, we have a national record attempt from Christian, 143 kilos, 315 pounds exactly, which is awesome to see.
On attempt 2.
Meanwhile, Ryan on 2 looks good. And that's 3 white lights for Ryan. Christian not taking a hand off.
Next at 145 kilos, followed by Mike, and then Dino.
Setting that arch. Nice and tall.
Bars loaded for Kenneth.
Good push. That was pretty smooth. That was pretty smooth. 3 white lights. I think he can push that up a little bit more. And the neat thing about setting a record is that you can take whatever you want. The minimum jump is 143.5, right, with the chip. So he could take 1 kilo, 1.5 kilo, the standard 2.5. I think something around 145 might be it didn't look like there was too much left, but we'll have to see. I could be wrong. 145.5 makes sense. Nice shot from Kenneth on 2. Bob on 1, 147.
Up next is Mike Crow with 150 kilos, followed by Dino Penray and Joseph Chamberlain.
Platform 2 is Mike Crow. Bit of work from Rob, but gets it up. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Nicely done. Do you take a hand off on your bench?
I do not.
Self?
I find it,
Yeah.
it destabilizes me too much. Kind of falling into my hands from somewhere else instead of from the beginning.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the tricky thing about handoffs is that depending on who you get it from, if it's not a consistent person, it can be kind of different. It can be a good handoff, a bad handoff. I think the important thing with that is to like inform your handoff person how much tension that you want, what your time and your cadence is, trying to make your handoff as consistent as possible by controlling those kind of variables.
Yeah. Do you use a handoff?
I typically take a handoff just because I find that the energy saved from the handoff is very helpful.
More beneficial
than doing it myself, yeah. Dino, 150 kilos. No handoff. He's definitely a do-it-all himself kind of guy anyway. Good lift on 1 from Dean.
Coming up next, we've got Chris. He's calling for 150 kilograms.
Dino's bench PR is 160, so starting off on 150 is often a good sign.
Bars loaded, Chris.
Oh yeah, load it up. Straight to it. Dino works really hard. His whole team out there in Winnipeg, they're building a great community. His kids are in powerlifting.
Oh, awesome.
All of his kids hold like all of the youth records.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for sure. It's like a powerlifting dynasty out there. And he's the patriarch. He puts in the work, and
Does he have his own gym out there? Yeah.
One gym, yeah, one family fitness, great gym, great community. Platform 1, Chris, 150. Tempo control, very nice. And that's a good lift. Looks like we're starting third attempts on platform 1. Remember, we do have two other flights to go through, so we have a lot of benching left.
$152.5 looked very easy for Joseph.
Very nice.
162.5 for Neil. This is the owner of the gym that I go to. It is a predominantly powerlifting gym, but it is nice because it has a lot of combo racks.
That's the dream.
Bars loaded for Neil.
Let's see how he does. Do you think this is going to move pretty fast for Neil?
Yes, he's very strong.
With a bench at 160.5, I believe that. Fortunately, no lift for Joel, but he did get his opener, so no harm done there. Kevin, 117.5, 2.5 kilo jump. I feel like in bench you see more missed lifts, more opportunities for technical mistakes, little different things like that. But so far, everyone's been doing really well. Phil Kelsey smokes that second attempt. Oh, pardon me, that was Neil, like as you mentioned.
Neil, yeah, I don't
that's
think that
smoked
he's
it.
competed since Westerns last year. So,
Okay, so
yeah.
almost a full year then.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of time to build in the off season within that time, I hope.
Yeah, he actually took up running last summer.
Okay.
Or cycling. He took up
Cycling,
cycling.
all right. Kevin drives that bar up. Nice job.
I know he had talked a little bit about maintaining his strength while cycling, and he kind of had to decide which one was more important to him for a little while.
At a point, there comes like a fork in the road where you kind of have to decide where you want to put your resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took up swimming for a little while to kind of, add a little bit more cardio into my regiment.
Is
And
that good for your joints, swimming? I
oh
bet it would
yeah,
be,
it's fantastic. It's low impact. It's very nice in the water. Little sauna afterwards.
The cardio is unmatched for swimming.
For sure. Oh, I had to.
You can do 30 minutes on the Stairmaster. You can't do 30 minutes in the water.
Not at first. Just practice. Phil, 102.5, bit of work. Ooh. Not quite there today.
That's too bad.
Hopefully a technical mistake. Hopefully not strength.
We've got Lewis with 117.5 on his third attempt.
I really like Lewis' attempt selections. Something very reminiscent of what I would do. I think he's going to smoke that.
Oh, it was easy.
Yeah. That's why I said 120. Should have loaded it up. But still, 3 for 3 on bench. Great day so far. Lewis is 6 for 6 across squat and bench. That's a good place to be. Ben, 120, up next. Yeah, it's always tricky when you start off strong on bench, but then you miss your second. Because then it's like, okay, do I go up? Do I stay the same? Yeah, I kind of put you in an awkward situation there. Kind of really depends on what the priorities are.
Yeah, I know for me at provincials last year, I had done more in the gym, but just that day it just wasn't there, and we had to do the same selection for attempt 2 and 3 because I missed 2, and it's just a tricky lift.
Powerlifting is a bit unforgiving like that. Big fight, but not quite there for John. He got every kilo that he could out of the bench. That's solid there. Because you train so
and
hard.
And that was his third attempt,
that
so
was
he's
his
going
third.
5 for 6 right now?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
With the national record.
With the 2 national record, he broke his own.
4 for 6. He missed his third on, I think, a technicality there. But yeah, 4 for 6 with the national record. Not how bad.
A little struggle for Ben, but he got it up.
Nice job. Powerlifting is so fickle like that because you'll train every day for weeks on end, and you'll get through the slog of like volume, work through your training and during your peak, and then finally get to comp day, and then
managing the stress of life on top of that, especially for these men. I bet a lot of them have children, families, yeah,
businesses, right? Yeah, it's tough. You just try your best to set yourself up for competition day, but at the end of the day, like nothing's guaranteed. Like you still have to go out on the platform and perform and execute to the best of your abilities. So, yeah, I definitely feel for these guys. I've been in that situation.
You can only control your recovery to so much extent.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on your lifestyle, right? Come on, Brian. Nice job. Nice. Seems to not have been affected too much by the mishaps on squat. So, building up some momentum for deadlifts, which is always really positive. Great bench from John there. Made
excellent.
Easy work of 132. That was awesome. John's best bench is 137, so I wonder if he'll chip that.
We've got both of them going in at over 300 now.
Yeah, funny that we just talked about recovery, but John's a coach and a stay-at-home dad, so nice for some recovery there.
Well, being a coach is a lot of work. They're on their feet all day.
Those are on the computer programming. Sheik with a very nice bench press. His sticking point with the closer grip is going to be towards the lockout position, but he was able to punch through that and really get that lockout nice and strong. So that was a good third attempt there.
145 kilograms. Looking to increase the national record he set on his last attempt.
So Christian's second at 143 was solid, a bit sticky, so we'll have to see how 145 and a half goes. I think they chose 145 and a half because you do want to keep the chip. Because if you go 145, then that effectively removes your chip advantage.
Yeah.
Up next, Ryan Lewis with 142.5 kilos. On deck is Tito in the
This
hole.
is another national record attempt.
Yeah, that he set
Yeah.
on the second, right? Ryan, 142 on 2, 314 pounds.
Bars loaded for Ryan.
Just a bit too much.
Little too much.
Good try, though.
He got the national on the second attempt. He's still happy.
Yeah, and it's not like you're losing out on too much with 2.5 kilos.
I feel like it's like when you get to that point, you just gotta try it for a little bit more.
Definitely,
You're
yeah.
happy either way.
Definitely.
Bars loaded, Ryan.
Nice job. I feel like Dino's coming out a little bit conservative with 155. 150 did move really great, but maybe he just wants to tie his PR and build the total, depending on how the competition looks.
On deck is Kenneth and in the hole is Joseph. Bars loaded for Dino.
Dino does have a really strong deadlift, so it looks like he's just maybe trying to get as many kilos as he can out of his bench and then, take those swings on deadlift, which is a totally reasonable thing to do. Rob Dyke, 150. Come on, big push. Nicely done. That's a good third attempt. Ooh, no lift, too. Both from the side, potentially for butt there. I think he may have had some issues with that during bench only on Sunday as well.
For 150 kilograms. Bars loaded, team.
Yeah, hard to tell. Yep. Looks like it was butt. Dino. Solid 155 there.
It's a solid second attempt. 3 white lefts for Dino. Up next, Kenneth is going for 155 kilos. Joseph is on deck and Mike is in the hole.
Last couple lifters here on platform 1 for this flight. We have Dean at 150, Ken at 155.
Oh, looked a little wobbly, but it seems he's getting it up.
Nice job from Dean, but a no lift as well.
Wonder if there was a downward.
Wrapping up flight A bench, we've got Chris at 160 kilograms.
Yeah, you can see that butt
Yeah.
lifting there. Bit of an asymmetrical press, but he gets it up from Ken. 2 white lights. So the blue light there often signifies up-down motion. So potentially the bar
Oh,
went
so
up.
when there's a blue ring.
Yeah. Yeah, so in powerlifting infractions, there's red infractions, yellow. There's like a red card, a yellow card, and a blue card. And those will signify different things. Blue, in this case, is a up-down or a soft lockout, I think.
Joseph seems hyped up for this. This is a 7.5 kilogram jump on platform 2. We've got a 10 kilogram jump for Chris on platform 1. Got that up pretty comfortably, actually. 3 white lights.
Good lift and an increase to his national record.
All right, we're going to take it to flight 2 on platform 1.
Wayne will be starting us off at 95 kilograms.
3 white lights.
Good lift for Joseph.
Up next is Mike with 160 kilos. On deck is Dino. In the hole is Scott. Bars loaded for Mike.
First up is Wayne, 95 kilos. Meanwhile, on 2, we have Mike Crow, 160. These are the last couple lifters of attempt 2 on platform 2.
Before we come into flight B.
Yeah, you still have another lift.
Yeah.
Another attempt.
Oh, they still have. Oh, yes.
This is only
Look at that.
seconds. Yeah. I know the pacing is really interesting just because one
Because
is
there's two different. Yeah.
one is moving really fast and one is two is moving fast, but it's just
I think I
heavier
keep
heavier
getting a little
weights.
confused. Yeah.
A bit heavier weight, so it just takes a little more time between attempts.
Bar is loaded, Bryce.
Got Neil coming in with a 10-kilogram jump.
How do you feel this paces in terms of his PBs?
I have not paid much attention. He doesn't post much about his bench. I never really see him benching. See him doing a lot of squat and deadlift, but I've never really paid that much attention to this.
He's hiding
It's not his favorite lift, that's for sure.
Oh, fair. Hiding his bench from the ops.
Yeah, no, when I see him training people at the gym or training himself, I don't see him do a lot of bench.
Great opener from Bryce.
Good lift for Bryce.
Oh, that's pretty solid from Neil.
That was a very good lift.
Tall lockout, tall sticking point, right? So
Bar is loaded, John.
something to contend with.
Third attempt for flight A. First lifter is Bill, 102.
Now we are on
Next Ben, Neil is Jonathan.
third attempts on platform 2. Still going through first. John's got 110 here.
Phil's going to retake 102.5. I remember Phil's second attempt being a bit of a limit lift. Hopefully it was something to do with a technicality there. So we'll see
Just
how
didn't
this
have the
goes.
right tension or something.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes you flatten out your chest or what have you.
Two to one, that's a good lift for John.
A shot from John.
We are going to 112.5 kilos for Stefan. Bar is loaded, Stefan.
At international powerlifting events, they actually have a light that sits right next to the bench, and it shows right through the butt, in between the butt and the bench. So
Oh.
if you can see that light through coming on the other side, it's a sign that the butt is up.
So
That's why we say you can see daylight.
yeah, I feel like I saw an ad for something, and there was something that they wanted to implement in powerlifting, and it was like you put it on the lifter's knee, and then you can see if they actually get to depth because it'll judge.
Oh, yeah,
the-
yeah. I've heard a lot of different stuff. Like sometimes people talk about like a laser. Like if you get a laser to like shoot through, and if you squat past that laser, you can kind of identify depth.
Yeah.
It's a bit interesting.
It
there.
would
I'm not too
definitely
sure how I
make
feel
the
about
lifts
that,
a lot more, like if you were to implement those on any of the lifts, it would make the athletes pay a lot more attention to their technicalities
For sure. Yeah. I think it'd be a good training application. However, like the nature of
Everybody's
sport
body
is like
type
the
and-
nature of the sport is that we have referees and
Yeah.
sometimes there's mistakes, but that's just sports, right? There's mistakes in every sport.
Slow but solid. 3 wide guides. Ready to go.
It's part of the controversy, storytelling, the narrative.
5 kilos.
115 for Curtis. John 137. So this matches his PR for John.
Bars loaded for Jonathan.
John is competing
he-
from Sarnia.
Curtis jumped that start command just a little bit.
It's too bad.
Wasn't a lift issue.
I know there's a big contingent of powerlifters from Sarnia, either competing, watching, supporting their athletes all week. I think I've seen some stories from them. That's really cool to see. Really awesome to have the gym support the athletes. Let's see how John does for this third attempt. Nicely done. Ooh,
Fight
good
through
finish.
that.
Good finish.
That's great.
Yeah, he's got a really nice compact starting position.
Oh,
Strong
he's
arch.
happy.
Yeah, he felt good about that one.
He's going to go into his deadlifts feeling pretty good then.
Tim, easy opener. Looks good there.
Patrick is retrying 140 on platform 2.
Do you remember what the miss was on?
I do not.
Guess we'll find out together.
Bar is loaded, Fred.
No wrist wraps for Patrick either, but he is wearing his Apple Watch. Oh, he had a downward there. Strength wasn't there today.
Up next is Ryan Lewis
That's a
with
good opener for
147
Ryan.
kilos.
Sean is also calling for 125 kilograms for his opening attempt. Bar is loaded, Sean.
Bar is loaded for Ryan. Mikey lifters, you have 3 lifters to change your opening attempts.
Ryan 145, 2.5 kilo jump off his second attempt. Ooh, big push off the chest, but rolling. Ooh, it's tough to get that bar to finish if you're rolling on your shoulders to one side. A little bit of an imbalance there. You're kind of pressing away from the bench.
And it's already such a technical lift. If there's any imbalances anywhere, it's going to make it very difficult.
Especially on the third attempt, right?
Yeah, at these weights, particularly.
Platform 1, we have Jeff, 130. Platform 2, Ken, 157.5. Platform 2, we're seeing some pretty heavy weights here. 157.5 is 347 pounds. Nice opener from Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good opener for Jeff Dolan. Coming up next, we have Jeff Butt at 137.5 kilograms.
Jeff's bench looked really
He's
clean. I didn't
fighting.
see any up down, so it might have been a soft lock. Sorry, we had a no lift on
For Dino.
2 for Ken. Dino's coming up next.
Oh,
Dino's going to be attempting 160, which again ties his PR. Jeff Butt 137.5.
Bars loaded for Dino.
Ooh, a strong press from Jeff. Honestly, I feel like Jeff just doesn't run out of gas. Like, he is powerlifting 24/7, competing, coaching, live stream commentary. He is in, out, all around powerlifting 24/7. I love it.
Bar is loaded, Lloyd.
oh,
Big push from Dino.
nice big
Come
fight
on.
here. Keep going.
Not quite there today. Good effort, though. Fantastic effort from Dino.
He gave it his all.
Definitely.
There's no more changes to your openers.
Lloyd asked to re-rack because he needs to straighten out his elbows. So if you start off with soft elbows, you won't get the start command. That's going to take a little bit of energy. Ooh, nice.
Still moved it pretty
Good.
comfortably.
Yeah, recovered well following that re-rack command. It's always tricky when you get a re-rack. You have to, recompose yourself, kind of figure out what happened, and still make the lift. So that's good.
Yeah.
Good composure from Lloyd there.
Joseph is taking a modest attempt at 160, or not modest attempt, a modest
Sorry, if this is modest, then
weight increment
Take a
at
second there.
162.5.
Yeah, no, it's a modest jump, but it's still crazy weight.
I
And
just
he
couldn't
make-
think of the word jump.
No
Weight
worries,
increment is
yeah.
what came to mind.
No lift on 2, unfortunately.
No,
So-
not modest at all.
So on blue, we're looking for up, down, or soft lockout here. Bar goes up, but right side is soft. Boom, there you go. Micro 165, 363 pounds.
Next, we've got Leon calling for 172.5 kilos.
So Leon on 1 is bringing out foot blocks. That's something that is allowed for athletes. Foot blocks of varying heights. Sometimes, you know, with athletes, you need a little bit more reach to get your feet on the bench.
I've actually tried the foot blocks and I do like them. It's just a pain to set up every single time.
Yeah, definitely. There's that
Now bars
aspect of it
loaded
as
for
well.
Bar is loaded for Leon.
Leon opening up with a massive 380-pound bench press here. Nice shot from Mike. Good third attempt there.
Two
Two
whites.
whites. Nice job. And so now Neil will be finishing out bench
With
for
175.
this flight. Again, we still have a second flight of benchers. Leon's bench looks super easy. He's got a lot of room there to push. So that's gonna be interesting to see how he do, where he goes. I'm curious as to know why Neil doesn't like posting his bench. He's literally the strongest bencher of this flight.
I have no idea. I know that he really likes squat and deadlift.
That's okay. I guess we all have our favorites.
Bar is loaded, Wayne.
It is a modest jump for him, though, compared to his original jump from 162 to 172.
Yeah, a 10 and a 2 is a bit of a smaller jump, but sometimes you take a bigger jump to feel it out, and then you take a smaller jump just because that's what's there.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah, I kind of did the same thing with an athlete earlier this week. We took a bigger jump from our first to our second just because we knew we could cover the gap. And then depending on how the second moved, then we take the sure thing. In this case, that's 2.5.
Yeah.
Wayne is not quite there on his second attempt. Again, we kind of fall into that trap of, was it technical? Was it strength? Hopefully it was technical, because if it's strength, there's not much you can really do about that.
Bar is loaded, Bryce.
Bars loaded for Roy.
And now we're going to start flight 2 on platform 2, 110. Meanwhile, on platform 1, we are in flight 2 and entering our second attempts. So platform 1 is going to be finishing quite a bit ahead. It was a bit of a difficult unrack. I wonder if the bench is set a little bit high.
I noticed that, too. It seemed just a little...
Yeah,
Oh.
because he was really reaching to extend through that unrack.
Yeah.
I would try to bring it down if I could, but I guess that's on them. On 2, we have Sebastian, 110.
Bar is loaded for John.
John, 115, 253.
Where's John from?
Great question. Wish I could tell you. He's from Canada, that's for sure. Sebastian, 110, looking easy.
And that's a good lift for Sebastian. Dan is lifting 110 kilos as well.
That's a good lift for John. Working all the way out of bar to C. And Curtis, we got next at 115 kilos. Bar is loaded, Curtis.
All right, so Curtis needs this lift to stay in the competition. Daniel on 2, 110. Great opener. That looks great. Lots of room. I really like those red wrist wraps that he's wearing.
Yeah, those are different. Are
Yeah,
those SBDs?
I believe so.
Yeah. I have those, the black ones in there, the flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like them.
Nice. That was a better attempt there from Curtis. Unfortunately, no lift though. I don't think it's up down, so it's gotta be lockout.
I wonder if his foot's moving or something that we can't see.
Yeah, it's tough to say. And it looks like we might have an overturn there. Because that looked good to me.
Curtis's lift has been overturned and it's a good lift.
And as it's been confirmed by our announcer, Curtis is a good lift. So great job there from the jury.
Up next is Brian with 120 kilos.
Remember, the jury has to agree unanimously
In order to overturn a lift.
in order to overturn a lift. So they saw what we saw too. Platform 2, we have Brian, 120. Platform 1, Tim on 25. How are you feeling about the benches so far, Jen?
Everybody's doing a really good job. Everybody's choosing good selections, a lot of strong men. I like watching the difference in benching style, like whether they have their feet wide, if they have them narrow, if they have their hands wide, if they have their hands narrow. I just like watching technique on bench because, well, one, it's my weakest it's my weakest lift, so I like watching for little details like that. But no, everybody's doing really good so far.
You feel like you're picking up little different things?
Yeah. I haven't seen much chest sinking today yet, though.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. I think we'll see that a little bit more with our heavyweight lifters. So far, we've had a lot of
Nice pause.
middle weights, but yeah, oftentimes you see sinking a lot more with heavyweights, 120 pluses, 120s, etc., etc. You think you're gonna start adopting a sink?
No.
You're gonna sink to the spinal column?
No, I'm pretty thin. There wouldn't be much to sink on except for my bone.
On 1 we have Fred, 130, Nick on 2, 137.5. Yeah, the execution in these attempts have been really great, really clean.
I just like watching men bench in general because they've got their technique so down pat compared to just a regular gym goer you
Yeah,
might
for
watch.
sure.
Especially these masters men. They've probably been benching since they were 15. That was the lift. This is the lift.
This is the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Good lift on 1, good lift on 2. Yeah, for some reason I think bench is like one of those lifts that people
Men
just kind of
and
graduate,
teenagers
just
just-
graduate or
yeah.
gravitate towards, like from the earliest age of when they start lifting, you know.
I have a 10-year-old who wants to bench all the time.
Hell yeah.
Bars loaded for Tony.
It's just a cool looking lift.
I mean, it kind of does everything. It has the aesthetics, it has the functionality because of the pressing, the extension there. Yeah, no, it's an S tier lift for sure.
We got those red wrist straps on platform 1 as well.
Very
Some
nice.
Different lifter.
Very cool. You can purchase those at Inner Strength Products or SBD Apparel Canada.
Next at 142.5 kilograms.
Nice job on 1, nice job on 2. Yeah, we're in that cruise state right now where everything's just looking good. String of whites, or string of white lights, string of good lifts. Keeping things going on. Platform 1, we have Jeff coming out with 142.5. Smooth 5 kilo jump.
3 pies on the bar.
There we go.
We got Victor Cordy starting with 155. How many pounds is that?
That is going to be 341.
341.
Jeff, wide grip here, high arch.
He has great elbow, like when he gets to the bottom, like his
That's a
elbow
good
and his
lift.
shoulders are very
Yeah, no, it's great.
symmetrical.
Yeah,
That's the
we-
word I'm looking for.
We're starting to see some more sinks, as you've kind of alluded to.
Yeah.
Seen these guys kind of drop that bar to
I was
the
talking about Jeff. He has a very nice flat line when both of his shoulders reach the bottom of his bench.
kind of everything in line.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, he's been doing it for a while. He's a good technical lifter.
Mrs. Jeremy. Jeremy, you said he has a gym in BC and he's quite a big part of the community.
I said he's a big part of the community with his brother.
Oh.
I think I just said he's a big guy. I
Okay.
think he's like 6'7". But yeah, I don't know if they have a gym. I know they have like a home gym.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. But 155 as an opener here. Great job.
No sink really there either.
Yeah, nice. Maintaining tension well.
Steve, 157.5 kilos. On deck is
Got
Brock.
Lloyd with 170 or 165 here.
175.
175, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a green.
that's really strong. His forearms are huge. Quite a close grip there.
Bars loaded for Steve.
It's a very aesthetically pleasing bench press.
Referee say.
3 white lights. That's a good lift. I agree. I think it looks really nice. Bit of a tougher lift there. We'll have to see what jumps he makes. I would say not
There's
too
a little
much
bit of
out
struggle
that.
in the middle at the sticking point, and
Speaking of bench, I know Steve loves benching. Being a football guy, being a natural gym guy, like benching is where it's at for Steve. Look at that.
looked very good. We
So
all have a
smooth.
favorite lift.
Sometimes our favorite lift chooses us based on leverages, right?
Yeah.
But a super strong bench from Steve. We'll see where he goes next.
Good lift for Darcy, it looks like. 3 white lights.
Moving up second attempt bench press, we have Leon calling for 185 kilos.
A lot of good second attempt selections going on platform 1.
Bar is loaded, Leon.
Leon with the foot blocks.
So 7 point, or what is, no, that's way more than
That's
7.
12 and a half.
That's 12 and a half.
No sweat.
That's a big jump for bench.
It is. Leon's pretty strong though. I think he's got this.
All of his lifts have been really enjoyable to watch today.
Yeah, Leon was the very Olympic weightlifting style squat.
He does fairly narrow as well.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, it's
looks really
interesting to
smooth.
see how a lot of these guys don't conform to like powerlifting archetypes. Right, they have the narrow bench with the sink. I think when you have like younger athletes, like open masters, everyone just tries to like do what their favorite athlete does, and that may
Yeah.
not be the most conducive to their leverages. I certainly feel like I've fallen into that trap. Matthew, good lift on 2, great
Well,
opener.
And then that's the other thing with juniors and stuff, and even open. Powerlifting is it's a game of time and
Yes.
patience.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. There's a reason why, the term the junior hump exists, because when people start powerlifting when they're 19, 20, they make a lot of really good progress. But when they turn 24, they enter the open, and now all of a sudden you're in a new pond. You're not the big fish in a small pond anymore, and thereby, you feel like you don't have much.
Not even just
You don't
regarding
progress
that,
anymore.
it's just even regarding like your mind to muscle connection. All of these things take time to like perfect.
Definitely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. These they're lifting with undeveloped frontal lobes. No lift for Charles, but he still gets his first lift, so he's all good. Recoup for for deadlift there. Andrew on 2, 170.
Looks like Bryce missed his second at 112.5, and he's going to go try it again.
Yeah, we talked about how that might be strength. Hopefully not, but we'll have to see.
Bar is loaded, Bryce.
Andrew with the handoff, nice and steady. Oh yeah, look how easy that was. That looked like
I think I blinked and missed it.
that looked like 1 red on the bar. That was 170. It looked like 70. That was that fast. Here we go, Bryce. On 1. Again, also like the high unrack. Oh yeah, okay.
was
Prove
there.
me wrong. Prove me wrong. Great job.
Maybe he hit the rack when he was unracking or something. And
Yeah, again, I still maintain the fact that I think that's a high unrack. You're really extending, reaching out of your shoulder pocket to get that bar out
and
of
then
the
you're
rack.
going to have to stabilize it again. And
You're
yeah.
absolutely right. You have to reset your position. He still got that done, though, so, props, shouts out to him. John Cadigan up next, 117.5. You asked me where he's from. I found out he's from the Maritimes.
Oh, the mayor. Oh, he's traveled a far.
He's traveled, yeah, quite a distance to come and compete here in Moose Jaw. So, yeah, let's see if he can hit this last bench. Scott with an easy opener as well, 200 kilos. The boys and I call that the Michael. That's 440 pounds there.
Second attempt, Scott Curtis. First attempt is Roy, 115 kilos. Next, Sebastian in the hole, Daniel.
There we go. Come on, John. Yeah. Not quite there. It's all right. You only missed 2.5 kilos. If there is a lift to miss 2.5 kilos on, not to say that like that's what you want to do. I think it would say on bench. It really depends on what the level of the competition is. If you're in a dead heat and every kilo counts, 2.5 is important.
Yeah.
But if you feel like you got some room to make up in your deadlifts, you can give up 2.5.
So at my gym, we actually have those like tiny little micro plates. We've got the
Yeah.
quarter pounds and stuff. I've always wondered if I were to go into the gym every week and add a quarter pound and then a half pound, if I could increase my bench that way.
I think it would. Like, people seem to think that progressive overload means like 5 pounds a week or 5 pounds a session. But like if you're doing, the same volume at like 1 pound increments each session or 2
Or
pound
even,
increments.
yeah, because a quarter pound on each side would be half a pound. If you do a half a
counts.
pound every week,
It accumulates for sure.
you could probably progress for quite a while.
Especially with something like bench where, it does get tricky going from 5 pound jumps.
Yeah.
Like you see a lot of like lightweight athletes, 2.5 is a 6 pound jump, and that really changes a lot, right?
Absolutely.
And so if you can just do a smaller jump in training, you can continue to make that progress. We had a no lift on 1 from Steven, but he still went 2 for 3 on bench, so not a bad day. On 2, we have Sebastian, 115, 5 kilo jump. What I love is that every division, every category is competitive, right? At nationals, typically you may find that there's only 1 or 2 other people in your category, especially at
In your weight
masters.
class, yeah.
But here at nationals, you got competition everywhere you look.
Yeah.
That's a strong third attempt there. He took 10 kilo jump from his from a second to a third, I think, because he had to redo his second. So just trying to catch up on some kilos there. I think that was probably his planned second attempt.
Well, and then that's the other thing, because if you're at a local meet and of course you're going to want to do the best that you can for yourself, but
Yeah.
when you're at this level and you've got all these other people, it's going to bring the energy, it's going to
Yeah.
bring the vibes, and then you're also going to want to try just a little bit harder.
You're going to get pushed.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, the environment forces you to try to ascend to a level be above what you came into with,
Yeah.
or what you're used to. And like that's what I think that's really cool, because it shows who's like a game day performer. Like I talked to Sylvia, who dominated the field yesterday, about this. Like we talked about like how there's people who perform in the gym. They like to, hit gym lifts. They like to have a good time. But then there's like athletes who show up on game day, who rise to the occasion. Just like Tim did on that bench attempt. That was a great third attempt on bench, 2 white lights. But you know what I mean? Like that's what I love about powerlifting, aside from the community, is like, okay, here's the bar. Let's match it. Let's push past these
And you're
these glass
putting in
ceilings.
anywhere from 8 to 15 weeks of hard work for that one day.
Correct, exactly. And so you might as well make it your best effort.
We've got a lot of shakes there, but he gets it up.
I've seen Edward compete at Commonwealths in Africa. He's a bit of a slow lifter off the chest, but once he gets it off and past that sticking point, he's able to finish it out. So that's a good lift on his second attempt there. I'm curious to see what he does for his third, but nice looking lift. On 1, we have Fred. Solid 5 kilo jumps throughout each attempt. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Brian's also coming in with a 5 kilo jump.
No lift off for Brian. No lift off for Fred. It looks like he was coming down fast because he really wanted to stick the landing, potentially get a fast press command so he could drive off the chest there.
Yeah.
If you come down a little bit slow, you might have that time under tension, kind of take away that energy. So you come down a little bit faster and stick the landing before you can launch it off the chest.
Would you say that you bench a little bit slower or a little bit faster?
I try to stay in the middle. I try not to come down too slow and tempo it, but I also don't want to just drop it on my chest. So I try to come down with a little bit of speed, really nail my pause by keeping tension on my chest, and then drive it straight back if I can. A bit of an interesting situation with Brian there when one side really lagged behind the other. Missed the lift, so we'll have to see how it looks for its third. Sean Finn. Has 20 seconds to get the start command. I think he unracked and then realized he may have wanted a lift off. And that's okay because you just got to wait till you get the start command before the before the time runs up. He does. Oh, big push. Come on, Sean.
He's fighting for this. There we go.
That was a great effort. No lift.
That's too bad.
Tony with 165 kilos on deck. Jeremy Nichols.
Yeah.
All
no
yellow
lift.
flags.
Great effort, though.
145 kilos.
Jeff here taking a 2.5 kilo jump. Probably just looking to build the total.
He did just compete earlier in the week.
That's true. But honestly, like, not a knock against the competition, but a guy like Jeff, like, Nationals isn't the goal. Like, Worlds is the goal.
Yeah.
So when he comes to Nationals, he has a good performance, he builds momentum, and he gets ready for the big one. Like, that's just when you're competing at this level, and it's such an elite level, like, that's just kind of how it goes. Like, it just becomes like a stopgap.
Yeah.
Tony on 2, good lift, 2 white lights.
2 white lights for Tony.
That was a 10-kilo jump, too.
Very nice, very strong.
Next is Jeremy with 165 kilos. Followed by Steve.
A little bit of a fight for Jeff.
Nice job from Jeff.
3
But
white lights.
3 white lights, that's just
Yep.
smart, like, attempt selection, right? Because you take the big jump from the second, see what you have left, and then between the two, you take the sure thing, right? You just build a total. Yeah, Jeff's got a pretty healthy lead, you know, in this one, and I don't expect the gap to get closed too much. So it looks like Jeff might be kind of cruising on cruise control from here.
Jeremy with 165.
Jeffrey with 145. Nice job from Jeremy.
That was very smooth.
And a great
Very
third from
good.
Jeff.
Both excellent lifts from both of them.
I concur.
2-1, that's a good lift, Jeff.
Steve up next, 165, 363 pounds.
And we've got a 180 from Lloyd coming up on his third.
Yeah, I think we talked about how Lloyd's second looked a little bit sticky, especially with that long range of motion. We'll have to see if this 180 was the right call. Yeah, just a bit too much.
For those of you at home that don't know, you can only go up by 2.5 kilo increments.
And that was 3 white lights. Up next, Victor with 172 kilos.
That's a good lift from Steve. Steve, again, just taking care of business, right? Like, he's competed in the world stage. Super strong lifter. Literally third best overall at Masters Worlds. Among hundreds of lifters, all incredible in their own right, he was the third best lifter. So for him,
Who is this? Sorry?
Steve.
Steve.
So for him, like, Nationals is just like checking off the box. Darcy, 180. Just shy of 400 pounds. Push, push, push. Not quite there today. Good attempt, though. Leon with a big 10-kilo jump, second to third.
Victor with an even bigger jump.
Yeah, that is pretty insane. That's 17.5 kilos.
Yeah, that's a huge jump. It's like what I aspire to add to my total every year.
Oh, great
Oh
sink.
my goodness, that was
3
That was
whites.
a
That was
very nice-
that was a textbook example of how to sink a bench press. As you bring that bar down, you really stick it to your chest, but you hold tension still because there's a rule called heaving where if you sink the bar in the chest and you get the press command and continue to sink further, that's a no lift. So he did a really good job of sticking that bench press on the chest, holding tension, and then generating that power straight through into the bar all the way up. So great lift there. Leon will be the last lifter on platform 1 before we take a 10-minute break. I'm really excited to see this lift from Leon. Quickly becoming one of my favorite lifters to watch today.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed all of his lifts.
Beautiful. There it is. Come on now. Let's see what the judges say. That was fantastic attempt selection. Like right on the money.
It was right there. I don't think he could have gone
No,
up. Yeah.
I feel like if you put like a feather on that bar, that would not have gone up. So great attempt.
You know, you see a lot of people might have like an imbalance in one of their arms, but his arms went up at the same time pretty unilaterally.
Pretty even. All right, we're going to single on 2 now for the next 10 minutes. We have Matthew coming out for his second attempt on bench press. Solid 7.5 kilo jump. Bit of work from Matthew, but he's still able to get it up. 2 white lights. Andrew with a 10 kilo jump, first to second. Andrew definitely a heavy favorite for Most Handsome Lifter award that I will be awarding after the competition. Beauty of a touch from Andrew. Super light on the chest. Good lift. His PB's 187. I wonder if he's going to try to chip that today. Scott up next, 207.5.
Bars loaded for Scott.
207.5 sits at 457.5 pounds. Scott, super consistent lifter. Just another guy that's coming into nationals, checking the box, taking home a sweet little award, and hope to see him in Masters Worlds this year. Nicely done. That's 3 whites for Scott there. And now we will enter in our third attempts on bench press.
5 kilos, followed by Roy and then Sebastian.
Some good competition coming up for the deadlifts on platform 1. Looking like there might be some battles for podium there. Platform 2, things still shaking out for bench press. Edward's taking a 2.5 kilo jump. I think that's a smart decision based on how seconds look. Important to just secure as many kilos as he can and build that total. Big push. Come on, Edward. That was heart. That was a lot of heart right there. No lift, but a great grind. Great attempt.
Next, Roy Conrad with 122.5 kilos, followed by Sebastian and then Brian.
Up next, Conrad, 122.5.
Lifters on platform 1, flight A, you have 3 minutes to change your opening attempts.
It's really interesting to see how people have different goals here at Nationals. You know, I've talked a lot about how guys like Jeff, Andrew, Scott, Steve, they're here to punch their ticket to Worlds and take care of business. But for a lot of other guys, like making the podium is a big deal. The field, the depth of powerlifting, especially in Masters, is getting more and more competitive each year as these guys get stronger, as more competitors enter the fold. So I think soon enough, we'll see full fields, good lifts from Sebastian, where, you know, cracking podium isn't going to be a guarantee. And making it to Worlds may not be a guarantee. So, yeah, really cool to see the sport continue to grow and get bigger. Pardon me, that was a good lift for Roy. Up next is Sebastian, 122.5. Also on the line is provincial bragging rights. At the end of the week, we'll be awarding our Best Province Award. Jen, I don't know if you've been following along much with the competition, but I was just talking about how at the end of the week we have our Best Province Award to hand out as well. I don't know if you have any favorites, but I like
Saskatchewan, obviously.
Okay, all right. I like BC's chances. The Best Province Award is going to be based on average GL or good lift points throughout all athletes. So a good lift or a GL is a algorithm or formula that calculates your body weight and your total weight lifted. Oftentimes you'll see GLs of 100. That's indicative of like world level. 80 to 90 is really high standards.
What kind of GL point do you usually see at nationals?
It certainly varies weight class to weight class. But as an example, in the 63 women's junior class on Tuesday, that field was so deep because every athlete had like a 90 GL and up. And
Well, they're so little and they're lifting so much.
Correct, exactly. And with the 90 GL, that's oftentimes like a best overall lifter at your local event. So
Do you know how many athletes we have in Moose Jaw right now for this event?
several
Throughout
hundred.
the whole week?
I think I would liken to say 400 to 500 throughout the week.
400 to 500.
Yeah, that would be my guess. I could be way off base with that.
Plus we have coaches and family.
Yeah, so we got a lot of people coming in and out all week long. So it's been a really great event. Super well-run event, super smooth by our meet directors, Ryans, Rhea, Heidi. It takes a village to put something like this together. We've had great volunteers all week long, serving food.
And this platform here that we can see the lifts on, Ryan has made this, correct?
Was not informed about that. I did not know.
I
We have a
believe
good lift
that
on
he
too.
made this,
The platform itself, hey?
yeah.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation there. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. All right, we're going to start off thirds on...
Yeah, they also
sorry.
own Inner Strength, which is right across the parking lot from us.
Yeah, I don't know if you got to be in there, but it was cool
I've
to
been
see
in
the
there, yeah.
warehouse. And, you know, I've purchased many things from Inner Strength throughout the years as I've collected my powerlifting
They are,
accessories, and it's really cool to see where all that stuff comes from.
the workers there are so nice. I've never actually ordered anything online. I'm so close being in Regina that I just drive here.
Yeah,
They let
and-
me go into the store and they'll
Yeah.
choose out different sizes to make sure what fits
That's-
for me.
That's like Saskatchewan privilege right there. As Nick grinds out this crazy third attempt, but a no lift, 2 yellow lights. Yeah, you can see that
Yeah.
butt lift pretty clear. That's unfortunately a no lift, but a great attempt nonetheless.
Just so much leg drive.
So much leg drive. We're going to get the show started on 1 pretty soon here. Looking like 90 seconds till the first deadlift is announced. Meanwhile, on 2, we have 157.5.
Do you want to explain how leg drive is important for the bench press?
When you first start bench pressing, you typically think it's just a upper body exercise, and it is in a lot of respects. However, leg drive is like that secret weapon that you want to utilize when you get to a high level of bench press, just because the added benefit of driving your feet into the floor, generating power into your quads, into your legs, it helps to aid in the pressing power, driving the bar up. Unfortunately, no lift on 2, great effort. But the application of that can often get lost in translation, as when people first initially talk about leg drive, they think about driving their hips really high. And that's why when you go to a commercial gym and you see people bench with leg drive, air quotes, you see them drive their hips up and it looks like they're really pushing their hips in the air. That's like,
For me, I find I have to
first step.
focus on really pushing through my heels.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's about setting tension
I
into
find
your
with
quads and into your legs.
most lifts, even like you've got your compounds and then you even your accessories, I found most of them, a lot of it is just driving through your heels,
A lot of it is using your legs and using your feet in different kind of ways for sure.
bracing your core properly.
Yeah. So leg drive primarily though, you want to load through your quads and your glutes from the onset or when you set your position. So that way when you push after the press, your hips aren't going to lift off the bench because there's no more tension to give. Steve with a great example of that, but unfortunately just a bit too much today.
We've got deadlift starting on platform 1. Rob Dyke with 175 kilos, wearing his Team Canada singlet.
Very snazzy for sure. Only command on deadlifts is the down command.
That went up very comfortably.
Easy opener for sure. So in deadlifts, we see oftentimes the largest jumps, attempts to attempts. Just because this is where the athletes have potentially been saving up energy. They've been kind of looking to build the total, and now this is where we solidify positioning. And there's nothing left after this, so might as well give it a rip. Jeremy 175 for his third. Big bench for this big man. Just a bit too much. Great attempt though. Brian, great lift.
Good lift for Brian. We're going up to 195 kilos for Joel.
Next, platform 2, Victor Point.
On 2 is Victor, 180 kilos.
Bar is
On
loaded,
1,
Joel.
195 for Joel.
Bar is loaded for Victor.
So with deadlifts, you'll often see conventional or sumo. Conventional is where the hands sit outside of the legs. Sumo is where the hands sit inside the legs. People may bias towards different lifts because of leverages, like we've been kind of talking about all day. Which one is more efficient, utilizes the muscles a little bit better. Jen, are you a sumo or conventional deadlifter?
Conventional, and I actually keep my feet almost completely together.
Oh yeah, so quite narrow then in that
Yeah.
capacity. Victor with the stick and press, 180.
Everybody says that
Great job from Victor.
sumo's a little bit easier, but I find it very, very difficult. I find it a much more technical lift.
It is, it's super technical.
I haven't been able to figure out sumo properly.
It takes a long time to find out those leverages and what works for you.
And what do you lift?
I've kind of gone back and forth between conventional and sumo, but currently I use conventional.
I do have blocks with sumo, and I do find that it carries over well to my conventional.
Good. Sheik with the 200 kilo opener. Nice job there.
Good lift for Sheik. We're going up to 202.
This is where those long-limbed athletes can really shine. They can really use those kind of like primate arms, those dangly arms to go to work.
How
No-
long are your arms? Let's see.
Tiny. I have like the tiniest wingspan imaginable. No lift for Matthew. Great effort though. Last two lifters, Rob and Andrew. Scott did scratch his third attempt, so he will not be coming out for his third attempt. Rob on 2, 182.5. 400-pound attempt for Rob.
485?
Oh, 402.
402.
182 kilos.
I don't know why I thought that.
No worries. But it does look like Rob may be timing out, so we can single on 1 for a bit here. Dean with the sumo stance. Nice and steady.
Good lift for Dean. 205 kilos on the bar, please, for Chris.
Up next is Chris.
Let's light them up, guys. It's his third attempt.
What is your favorite variation of the deadlift to build your deadlift?
Pause deadlifts for sure.
Pause
Rob
deadlift.
is coming out for his bench actually. Maybe he had a snafu getting the timing, but he's out now. Hopefully he can get his attempt before the time runs out. There it is. Nicely done. Great third.
Very, very smooth.
I wonder if that was a PR attempt because that was very easy. If it was, congratulations.
And our final bench press on platform 2.
You know, crazy enough, yesterday and Tuesday during deadlifts, there was an issue where an athlete on both days forgot their deadlift socks and had to run back and change. Imagine the pressure you're in when you
When
come
you
up
have
for your
1
deadlift.
minute.
And then you have to put your socks back on. Lewis coming out for his opener, 205 pounds. Or sorry, 205 kilos. Andrew getting the crowd hyped up. You love to see it.
$190-kilo bench.
Yeah, that's 418 pounds, I believe. Nicely done from Andrew. And again, that's a PR for him there. Show me the lights. I love to see it. His previous PR was 187, so I think he chipped that a little bit. That's awesome to see. Oh, Lewis, great deadlift.
Interesting technique there.
You know, it's funny that you say that because that's the technique adopted by Mike Touchier of RTS, Reactive Training Systems. He's like a really big name powerlifter, one of the OGs. He really does like that kind of sit and kind of squat style of deadlift. So funny enough that we just talked about like not deadlifting like your favorite, not lifting like your favorite powerlifter, but it seems to work for Lewis there.
I think that it's good to just try a little bit of everything.
Definitely, you never know what could hurt, right?
Yeah.
But we have Christian Bond. Christian Quads. Christian Bond coming up next, 210. Can we single on one? And that's a good lift for Christian.
We're going up to 225 kilograms for
Jean Sebastian, 225, just shy of 500 pounds.
Bar is loaded.
Showing up a little bit of personality with the blue socks and the blue shirt and the blue singlet.
I wonder if he's feeling blue.
Well, not after that national record.
I like the fit, though, for sure. Nice deadlift there. Do you use baby powder or no baby powder for your deadlifts?
I used it for the first time at provincials last year.
And how'd you find that?
I found it helped quite a bit, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. The friction of the bar traveling up the legs.
Yeah,
you
my
know,
handler
oftentimes.
put it on me, and I went to go touch it. He's like, "Don't touch it."
That's like the golden rule of applying baby powder is that you don't touch it. I actually missed one of my deadlifts early on in my career because my hand was slick with baby powder.
With the baby
I don't think I
powder.
touched it, but I may have just like kind of like brushed up against it, and I couldn't. I literally had no grip, and yeah, I kind of.
Well, you can't really wash it off easily.
Yeah, it was a lesson there for sure. Kevin, 237.5, 523. Nice deadlift there. You can see his lockout position is just above his knees. That's how you know he's got a very efficient deadlift, because with a non-efficient deadlifter, that deadlift lockout position will sit a little bit higher towards the hips. Like mine goes all the way up to my thighs.
I think I go mid-thigh.
And as you practice deadlifting and become more efficient, you actually shorten that range of motion more and more.
I
Rob,
haven't been watching a lot of grips. Have you noticed if anybody's using hook or
or like a
cross
mixed grip?
mixed grip?
I'm not too sure. Usually there's a healthy dose of both. Rob, 185. Nice job. Bit of work, but that's a good lift. Another way, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Another way that you can kind of tell with people's archetypes is kind of the spread of their lifts, right? Like if your squats and your deadlifts are really close, oftentimes that means like, you have a better squat. But if you look at Kevin on the score sheet, he finished his squat at 200 kilos and he opened at 237.
His deadlift's quite a bit
That's
bigger.
a 37.5 kilo spread, almost 70 pounds of a difference. And that's just his opener. So like there's more room in that capacity.
My deadlift to my squat is about 35 kilos.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a good sign there. Brian, 197.5. Bit of work, but continues to drive it up. Yeah, you can see it's pretty high, right? It's just sits just on top of under his hips there.
We're going up to 205 kilograms for
Jen, I just want to call your attention to the score sheet. We have 74s, first and second here in a dead heat, 2 kilo differential between the two of them. Nice job from Joel, muscling it up. That's a very long-limbed individual, long-armed individual there.
Charlie is coming up next with
Gets it done though.
207.5 kilos. Bar is loaded, Sheik.
Looks like there's also a bit of a battle for the 83 podium. Second and third up for grabs. Should be interesting to see how this shakes out.
Platform 2 lifters, we are 6 minutes out from beginning deadlifts. Light A lifters, you have 3 minutes to change your deadlift opening attempt.
Nice job from Sheik. Deadlifts, we're looking for the athletes to stand tall, shoulders back, nice and erect,
Lock out at the
pause,
hips.
locked at the knees, and yeah, just everything straight.
You said that you like pause. I find that deficits are the best for me.
The reason why I don't usually gravitate towards a deficit is because depending on the deficit of the block that you're on, it will change your starting position. Like I find when I do use a deficit, my hips sit higher, almost like a stiff leg, versus when I'm off the floor. And then following that, you don't compete in a deficit position. You compete in a off the floor.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be as transferable to a platform deadlift.
Okay.
Versus a pause deadlift is transferable because you start off the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't
So-
necessarily pause when you deadlift, but yeah, same.
Yeah. So at our gym, the carpets that they have under the combo racks are so beat up from deadlifts that pretty much every single deadlift you do is a deficit.
There you go. So it sounds like you do a deficit because it levels out the floor.
Yeah.
Chris, 217.5, 12 and a half kilo jump, going
Bar is loaded.
to his second. Also a battle in the 66s, okay, Jen? Like, we got shows across the board here. Every category is up for grabs.
We might be taking some risky third attempts later on.
Yeah, definitely. So if both Chris and John Sebastian can hit their second attempts, John Sebastian will be up by 7 kilos.
He's not wearing a belt.
So that chip is going to come into play there. Because he doesn't need one. That was a great deadlift. That was really smooth.
We're going up to 220 kilos for Christian. Bar is
So
loaded,
you see
Christian.
where the chip is such an advantage is that Chris has body weight advantage, but he's not going to be able to tie in total because unless he hits a deadlift national record.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to lift 2.5 more than John Sebastian to get ahead of him because they can't tie on total. So the chip basically nullifies Chris's body weight advantage.
Good to know. Christian Bond with 220.
485, nice and steady.
Good lift for
Looks
Christian.
good.
Lewis is coming up next at 235 kilograms.
Lewis up next. 235. He and Christian are going head to head there for the top spot. And remember, Master Worlds is on the line.
It'll
Take
be
it.
really
Yeah.
interesting to see what they do with their third attempts here.
Take it to Cape Town. You ever been to Africa?
I have not.
Beautiful continent. South Africa was incredible. Great time there. Maybe get a chance to go again. Who knows? So Lewis here, 235. Great deadlift. This is where you want to be the deadlift specialist. This is where you want to be able to pull more than your competitor.
Especially when
Because
they're so close. We've got a bunch
exactly,
of close
especially when it's so
races.
close. When you have the deadlift advantage, you can pull what you need to win. And when it comes down to math, that's the easiest way to go about it.
Lifting on platform 2. Referees are
John Sebastian,
platform 2.
235, 518. Nice, that's a strong deadlift from John Sebastian. And finally we have Kevin, 252.5, finishing out this attempts for deadlifts. And remember, Jen, in third deadlifts, athletes can change their deadlift attempts 2 times at most as they try to jockey for position. So you can kind of work the strategy of that a little bit more.
And how much time? It's 1 minute before they.
That's a great pull from Kevin there. And that's 3 white lights.
We're going back to the top of the order for third deadlifts in plate A.
All right, so third deadlift's coming up.
197.5.
This is where dreams are made and hearts are broken.
Let's get a round of applause for these
197.5. That's a 12.5 kilo jump.
Quick peek at the score sheet here.
Crowd's getting a little bit more excited.
As we start our third deadlifts, I'm Johnson Nguyen. I'm with Jen Barbaranoff. We are your commentators for today. Hopefully you've had a good time as us watching these athletes compete. We're starting things up on platform 2 shortly as we wrap things up on platform 1.
Bars loaded on platform 2.
Big fight from Rob. Come on, buddy. You love to see the heart. That's it. Great lift.
And the only rules in deadlift is there can be no downward motion on the way up and no hitching, correct?
Those are the big rules, correct? There's also soft lockout. And in the event that lifters jump the command, there's also that too. Oftentimes that's because they get to the top of the lift and it's a limit lift that they lose balance and they fall.
Does your hand have to be do your hands have to be touching the bar at the bottom?
As you come down, you have to keep your hands on the bar. If you drop the bar at the top because you lost grip, that's a no lift. Good lift on 2 to start us off. All right, so Brian Colburn coming up. His intention is to hit this lift to jump Rob for 4th place. Joseph on 2, 225. Joseph puts that down with authority. I think he ain't messing around anymore. Brian with a push. Gets us to his knees, but unfortunately just a bit too much today. Good lift, or sorry, good day for Brian. That ends there. Up next is Joel. 210, 5 kilo jump. Looking to just push that total up a little bit more.
Bars loaded for Phil.
Bar is loaded for Joel.
That was a great first lift for Phil.
That's a good lift. Up next, Ryan with 235 kilos.
Joel's coming in at his third attempt for 210 kilograms.
Yeah.
This is where we're going to see everything they got.
No lift for Joel, bit too much.
Bars loaded for Ryan.
Coming up next, we have Sheep Ali at 212.5 kilos.
It seems like they've just opted for the 5-kilo jump for Sheik. Yeah, it seems like it seems like second place is just a bit out of reach, so they're just going to play for the total. This gives him 542. He would need 555, so that's like another 10 kilos there.
I think he's had a pretty good day overall, though. No
Yeah,
missed
this would go
lifts.
9 for 9, so that would solidify a perfect day.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, work, work. No, no lift. Good try. I think that's one where you just got to stick to it a little bit more. You just got to keep
You know
fighting.
what? 8 out of 9, and like, I still think that was a pretty good selection.
I agree. I agree. I think, you know, when you're at that stage, there's nothing left to lose, right?
Yeah.
And you know you can't go for placing, and so the best thing to do is just make those lifts. Patrick with a very nice descent on the
Very
platform.
polite.
Yeah, it helps to protect the platform a little bit more. I know they've been pretty beat up this week, but okay, so up next on one is Dean, 222.5. No position changes here, so this
He's
helps
moved
to
up
just solidify the day.
10 kg for both jumps.
Dean with the strong third. Ken
was-
with an easy opener.
That was beautiful for Dean.
We're cruising here.
That moved very well.
All right, Jen, I'm going to put you on some game next here. So Chris, he's coming up next. He's got 227.5 kilos loaded. That's 500 pounds. Not only is that 500 pounds, that's going to put him ahead of John Sebastian at 572.5. And remember, I told you that John Sebastian has the chip. So Chris can't tie on body weight. He has to be 2.5 kilos over. So he's got to make this lift and then bank on a miss from John Sebastian to win. All right, Chris. Let's make it interesting here, buddy. If John Sebastian didn't have that chip, if it was only 570, then you can tie 570.
Can you explain to me what a chip is?
A chip is the national record jump, 0.5.
Okay, yes.
This is where powerlifting is at its peak. No lift there. Great try. You got to load it. It is nationals. But that does make John Sebastian's life a little bit easier, where he doesn't have to pull for the
Worry
win.
so much.
Yeah. Christian on one.
Bar is loaded for Christian.
Christian is the incumbent, and he's going to try to extend that total. Lewis will have to try to chase. So Lewis is scoreboard watching right now, and what they're going to do is they're going to see this attempt, and if he hits, they're going to put in the appropriate attempt to stay ahead of Christian. Because Christian has body weight advantage. Lewis needs to pull ahead of Christian. You following along here? We good?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Here we go. It's a lot of moving parts, but it's really cool to see stuff. So Christian. There we go.
That went
Come
up
on.
pretty fast.
Nice job.
Good lift.
And that's a good lift from Christian.
No more changes to open attempts.
And now Lewis is going to make an attempt change, I believe, to make it the least amount that he has to lift to stay ahead of Christian. But first we have Sebastian, so they have time. On two is Neil. I think you mentioned Neil wanted to lift something freaky today. This is
I
the
think
first
he's
step.
got big stuff in mind. Let's see, he's starting with 287.5.
Jen, if you take a look at the scoreboard, Lewis has put in the drop. Lewis's team has put in the drop. So they went from 255, and now they're at 247, because that's going to put them 2 kilos above. John Sebastian, no lift.
Good try.
So here comes Lewis. They drop 255 to 247. They're going to finish at 557 if they get this lift. Christian had the chip, so they can't tie.
kilos.
This is for the win.
Okay.
And Lewis is the stronger deadlifter. So I presume this would be in his wheelhouse. He went from 205 to 235. That's a 30-kilo jump.
He doesn't need to tax his body so much, though.
And so now they're taking a 12-kilo jump, which falls into that realm of possibility. So we'll have to see how this goes. Also, Arsha's handling him, and he's super smart, so. All right, Lewis, 247.5, 545 pounds. And a trip to Masters Worlds.
I really like his deadlift slippers. Those look like they would be quite comfortable. You'd be able to feel all the contacts on the floor with those.
And he's got it up, and that's
smooth.
easy.
That was very smooth. Did
That's
he go 9
three
for
white
9?
lights,
9
9
for
for
9.
9. Great job, and a great battle in the 66 class. And that is that. Kevin coming up next. Kevin's locked up first place pretty comfortably here. He's just going to attempt the national record because he's got nothing else to lose.
Bar is loaded, Kevin.
Come on, Kevin. This will be a PR attempt as well.
275 or 270.5 kilos.
3 kilo PR attempt, 596 pounds.
Getting himself all set up.
Let's go, Kevin. I know he wants it bad.
Is Kevin the ex-bodybuilder?
He is.
Very strong.
Big pull from Kevin, but unfortunately a bit too much. Hey, nothing to lose when you can load it up, right?
Why not try?
Devin at 150 kilos.
Phil Kelsey with 235 kilos. That went up very comfortably. Ryan Loss at 247.5 on platform 2.
On 2, we are in our second attempts. We're halfway through there.
Starting with first attempts on platform 1 with Steven Sene.
Bar is loaded for Stefan.
Bar is loaded for Ryan.
Good lift for Stefan. 195 kilos for Curtis.
3 white lights for Ryan.
Next is Kevin Mann, 255 kilos.
Bar is loaded, Curtis.
Bar is loaded.
Really like the way some of them kind of get their lats ready for the lift, and you kind of do like the circles with your arms or something.
I
I kind of have like a bat span where I go back like this.
Well, I mean, I always tell people to like find their process, to, like work out what works best for them. A common one is to get your arms long. Some people like to do like a hail the gods type of setup. Like everyone has their own idiosyncrasies when it comes to like setting up for deadlifts. And I think that's part of the charm.
Yeah, my setup can't take too long. If I take too long, I won't get the lift. I gotta go in, I gotta do it, I gotta be quick.
Yeah, I agree. I try to be efficient with that as well.
Next is Tito, taking on 62.5 kilos.
Good lift for Sean. 202.5 on the bar, please, for Bryce.
So it looks like on 2 we have the 93s going at it between Ken, Dino, and Patrick, all vying for that top spot. Here comes Dino, 262.5. He needs this lift in a big, big way. But this dude's a competitor. Here we go.
It's a good opening for Bryce. 210 on the bar, please, for Fred.
He's jacked. Like the inside of his quads are very large.
Loaded,
You
Fred.
can really see the definition when he stands there.
That's easy.
That was a very
That's
good
easy
lift.
work for Dino. Let's go. Let's go, buddy.
Up next, Patrick Bryce with 267.5 kilos, followed by Ben and then Mike.
All right, we got 93s kind of jockeying for position here. This lift will put Bryce ahead, or Patrick ahead of Dino, but still behind Ken. Ken will be the leading man, but Ken is deadlifting first, so the others will be able to see what they need to pull ahead of him. Bodyweight advantage goes to Patrick. Nice job on one from Fred.
A lot of great first deadlift attempts here.
220 kilos for John.
Everybody's conserved a little bit of energy.
Bars loaded for Patrick.
Bar is loaded, John.
Bars now loaded for Patrick.
That was very, very quick from John.
John. 227.5 kilos on the bar for Darcy, please.
All right, so Patrick also needs this lift in a big way to stay in the game.
Bar is loaded, Darcy.
Nice job, Patrick.
And that was 3 right nights. Up next is Ben with 267.5 kilos, followed by Mike and Neil.
Ben on 2, loading 267. Darcy on 1, 500-pound opener.
Did they have to vacuum off these rugs at the end of each session?
I believe they do, yeah.
Yep.
Try to leave it as nice as they can for the next session. Could you imagine if they just let it accumulate? By the week, they're like everyone's slipping and sliding.
Well, I noticed on the benches there was so much chalk just accumulated from the week. They wipe it off every time, but it's just stained in there now.
Just digs into the fabric, I guess.
Yeah.
130 kilos on the bar for Jane, please.
All right, in the 105 picture, it looks like things are pretty set into place. A competitive field, but
Bar is loaded, Wayne.
Mike and Neil seem to have second and first locked up respectively there. There is a play for the podium spot, though. Third is up for grabs. Wayne on 1, 230. Nicely done. And Mike Crow.
Excellent selections for the deadlifts today.
That looks good. Yeah, I mean, the deadlift, its attempt selection at nationals has to be on point. Like, the margin of error is very small. And like I mentioned, 2.5 kilos makes a big difference. So if we can get that 2.5 kilos, we got to go for it. Lloyd, 240. Easy work there.
Bars loaded for Neil.
Good lift for Lloyd. 250 on the bar for 10, please.
Neil coming out with 302.5, which is 666, the number of the beast. He's very excited to pull this. He's talked about it a few times on his Instagram.
Very nicely done from Neil. Ooh, but a no lift. Red flags indicates lockout. Either shoulders, hips, or sorry, shoulders, knees. Yeah, it looks like he was sagging a little bit coming down, so it didn't quite stand tall enough. Good lift though, great lift.
Yep.
I think he just got to tighten it up a little bit more on this last one. All right, here's the picture. We got 93s battling it out. Third attempts coming up. The play is to watch Ken to see what he does, and then try to follow suit after that. Dino and Patrick will be trying to pull to, in Patrick's case, tie. In Dino's case, he's got to stay ahead. Leon.
He has a very weightlifter style of the deadlift as well. Did you notice that?
At this point, it's probably a good sign that he's done weightlifting in the past. Yeah. A good indication of that. Makes sense. He's pretty strong.
Yeah.
So John, as the lone representative of the 74 class in the M1s, will lock up that position with a 232.5 deadlift. Not quite there today, but still great attempt. 7 for 9, solid day. So if you're in Ken's camp, what you want to do is try to lift as much as you can without overextending yourself. You have to hit a third that will put you ahead by so much that the others can't catch up. Because when you're a deadlift specialist, you're going to be extended more and more and more, and you have to deadlift to catch up. But if you are put in a position where you just can't get that extra little bit, then what's done is done.
Yeah.
It's a tough position to be the subtotal because all you can do is just lift and then hope for the best. Jeff up next, 260 kilos. He's hunting down that barbell. Like a predator chasing its prey.
Oh, nice big scream.
You love to see the intensity.
Yeah, there we go.
Love the intensity. There we go, Jeff.
Back to the top of the order. Second round of deadlifts, starting with Stefan at 200 kilos.
Joseph with 240.
Hopefully Dino's camp will look to make a change. Right now their third would put them behind Ken.
A great third deadlift from Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph. Because if you see on the score sheet, Dino's current deadlift puts him at 652, while Ken's current total is 655. So even if he hits, he'll still be behind. Hopefully the camp catches that. They'll have some time to make the change before the deadlift is in, though. Remember, as athletes can change attempts up until the point where the bar is loaded.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I thought it was 1 minute before the attempt started for the flight.
That's the traditional sense.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this point, changes can be done at the very last minute.
Okay.
Bryce Coots on 1 to 12.5. 468. Phil fighting for 245, just a bit too much.
He seems pretty happy with his day, though.
So Ryan up next, 260. This lift will put him in on the podium because it will tie him with Joseph. Joseph did his job. He hit his deadlift to push his lead further up. Now Ryan, he's going to try to tie.
I see, yeah.
And then 632, body weight check, 102 to 104. Sean Finn, 215. Great second attempt. All right, Ryan. Bars loaded, 260 for a spot on the podium. Here we go. He looks like he wants it. I want to see a big fight from Ryan here. Gets it on, makes it look easy. And there it is. 3 white lights. He's fired up. And that puts him on the podium with a job well done. All right, trying to round out the 93s. We have Ken up first. He's going to try to push that total ahead as much as he can. All these guys got the podium spot locked up, so the rest is about placing. Fred Smith, 220. Makes solid work of 485. I wonder if his goal will be to put in 500. A 7.5 kilo will put him there. Pirio Ken. BC guy trying to punch his spot to Worlds.
Kenneth?
Ken the man. Ken man to shut the door. He's got it locked.
Usually you see a lot more misses on deadlift attempts.
And
but
that's 3 white lights. Good lift.
these are going great.
So that puts him at 662, which may be just a bit too much for the others to catch up. We'll see who makes attempt changes.
Good lift. Moving on to 255 kilos for John. Bar is loaded, John.
John on 1, 235. He attacks that bar with ease. With ease.
242.5 kilos for Wayne, please. Bar is loaded, Wayne.
Believe the bar was loaded for Dino. I wonder if he'll come out.
Oh, there he is.
Here he goes. So, I wonder what's happening. Some confusion going on 2. Wayne on 1 with 242.5. Good push there. So Dino put in his attempt change, and they just didn't announce it because it was at 280. Now it's 270.
Oh,
So they
okay.
had loaded 280. So
The
he doesn't
loaders,
lose
yeah.
any time. And the strategy there at this point for Dino is that he can still go for second. So he's going to try to put a total that makes it too difficult for Patrick to pull into second. Patrick at this point can try to pull into first still, or he can try to pull into second if Dino hits. Darcy on 1, 242 gets it up. That's about as tall as you can get for your lockout. Like, that
That
is
was
right
very-
to the
yeah.
top there.
We're going up to 260 kilos for Tim. Bar is loaded, Tim.
Bars loaded on 1 for Tim, 260.
I noticed some of the bigger guys wear their belts a little bit higher. Do you know the reason behind that?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure, actually. Nicely done from Tim there, 260.
For Tim. 265 kilos on the bar for Lloyd.
Bar is loaded for Dino.
All right,
But-
now the bar is loaded for Dino. This is to jump into second place. I know he's going to give it everything he got. Let's go, Dino. He's getting fired up back there. Here we go, Dino. Come on, baby.
Good try. Come back and get that on the set.
Dino's got that quiet intensity there,
5 on the bar for Leon.
but underneath is a fire that
Bar is loaded, Leon.
will not be extinguished. Let's go, Dino. All the way up. There it is. Unfortunately, a bit too much, but you love to see the effort. That's all heart. So now that Patrick has second locked up, I wonder if he'll make a change to try to push for first. He's got nothing to lose. Second is locked up. And he does have bodyweight advantage over Ken, which means that he needs to tie. But he's already lifting 285, and he's got to add another 7.5 kilo onto that. So it's going to be a big pull.
Great lift from Leon.
272.5
And he's going to load it, Jen. Patrick jumps Ben. Ben's up next. Patrick's got 292 on the bar for the tie. You can be a powerlifting coach after this.
Pardon me?
You can be a powerlifting coach after this.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
I'm spitting game here.
You are a powerlifting coach, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Yes.
Jeff Butt up next. 272.5, 600 pounds.
I'm actually just not too familiar with the scoring behind placing.
Jeff Butt with the strong second attempt. That's a good lift. Yeah, it takes a lot.
That's just why I've been a little bit more quiet for that. I'm not fully.
The mental math
yeah.
is almost more exhausting than the physical part. And I was actually never good at math in school. It's literally just practice. Ben's up, but it looks a little soft. Nope, that's a good lift. So Patrick Boyce up next, 292.5. He's got second locked up. He's going to try to push for first. This is a ticket to Masters Worlds in a tight 93 kilo class. Meanwhile, the show continues on one. Jeffrey Dolan, 275, up and down.
Good lift for Jeff. We're heading back to the top of the order for third deadlifts, starting with Bryce Boots at 200.
Bar is loaded for Patrick Boyce. Patrick from Nova Scotia. This lift will move them into first.
Bar is loaded, Bryce.
What a fight. What a fight. This is an absolutely Herculean effort. But a bit too much. No lift. Great effort, though. Second place for Patrick.
I love seeing just a little more struggle than the first one. It knows they're really putting in all of their effort there.
225 kilos on the bar for Fred, please.
Yeah, that was 644 pounds. And these are Masters athletes. These is 50 to 59.
These are impressive lifts no matter what age you
no
are.
matter at what age, but the level of strength in your 50s, in your 40s, is pretty unparalleled.
Bar is loaded, Fred.
Bar is loaded for Mike.
Mike Crow, 292, 644 pounds.
Fred's often not to come out for his last deadlift, but he is giving his next lifter a bit of time and not letting the clock run.
Mike Crow just a bit too much as well. Fred will time out, allowing our lifters to get another minute of rest. Neil is going to retry 666. On one, it looks like Jeffrey Dolan is going to try to load up a deadlift pull to win the 120 plus category.
We're moving on to Stefan. Nope, Sean. Sean at
Bar is loaded
225
for Neil.
kilograms. And bar is loaded, Sean.
If Neil hits this time, he will be in first place. Gonna give a retry.
You just got to lock it out. That looks better.
Oh, and he dropped
a
it.
no lift on grip. That is a heartbreaker.
That's really too bad.
That is, they moved so well.
It did.
It moved really, really well. One of the ones where you actually hate to see.
It's crazy to me because when he deadlifts, usually he'll hang on to that bar and he'll stand there for like a good 5 seconds.
That's nationals, baby. On one, we have Steven, 227.5.
Bars loaded for Nick.
A big, he went from 150 to 200 to 227 and a half. Talk about attempt selection.
Played it safe, and now he's giving it his all.
Whoa, good pull there
Wow.
from Steven.
Referee say
And that's a good lift.
235 kilograms on the bar for Curtis.
We're going to have the bigger guys here on platform 2. We're going to see some very heavy lifts, I'm going to assume.
Bar is loaded, Curtis.
Bars loaded for Scott.
On platform 2, we'll be starting our second flight. Platform 1, Curtis Linton, 235.
Referee say
That's a great third attempt. Good lift for,
It's like the perfect
Curtis.
selection for him.
yeah, 8 for 9 day. Awesome job.
Satisfactions over there. Edward is lifting 205 kilos, followed by Roy and Dan.
Up next on 2 is Edward Boras, 205 for his opener. I remember watching him in South Africa, and he had a crazy third attempt, so I know he can grind out lifts.
Oh, and he's only 83 weight class.
John Cadigan from Newfoundland, 247.5.
Third attempt, get hyped. Oh, the crowd's getting excited for this. Very good to the top. Good lift.
That's a great lift for John.
215 kilos. The bar for weight, please.
For every third attempt, the bar has to be cleaned and brushed down, leaving a clean work surface area for our athletes. You know that chalk and
Baby powder.
everything can accumulate over the course of the day, so got to make sure that the chalk is clean. Our spotter here is applying some chalk because it probably looks like there was some blood on the bar, so they put in some chalk so they can brush out the blood. On 2, we have Roy, 210.
It's also why you wear deadlift socks.
That's also why you did it right there. That's so true. 2 white lights, 1 for soft lockout. I did notice a little bit of that myself. We'll see if the judges intervene in any which way.
15 kilos, followed by Jeremy and then Brian.
Perhaps not. That's a good lift.
Bars loaded for Dan.
Big fight from Wayne. Good third attempt.
Very good selection of weight.
And a little RDL to finish it out. That's a good lift from Wayne. Great job.
Same weight on the bar for Darcy.
Always great to see our athletes thanking our referees for their service, for their contribution.
Bar is loaded, Darcy.
Powerlifting is the best sport. Jeremy on 2, 220 kilos. Darcy on 1, 250. So in the battle of 120 pluses, Darcy's going to try to pull to extend his lead, forcing Jeffrey to deadlift a record to tie.
235 kilos, followed by Tony and then Victor. Let's open our next spot.
Wow, that's a great third attempt there. Did he get the down command? No
No,
lift,
ah.
soft. It looked great, but he just couldn't quite hang on.
I saw his one hand was slipping just the
So
slightest bit at the pinky.
What this means is that the door opens up for Jeff. Jeff doesn't have body weight advantage, so he has to pull 2.5 kilos above Darcy's total, but because Darcy missed, that total is greatly reduced, meaning that the pole will be less, or should be less.
Bar is loaded, Lloyd.
On 1, we have Lloyd. On 2, Brian. Brian with a nice sumo deadlift there.
And that's a good lift.
Good lift from Brian.
Tony is lifting 240 kilos.
Lloyd just not quite there.
Good try, Lloyd.
Ran out of gas, but a great effort.
Up next, we have Tim at 270 kilos.
Jeff has made the drop. He's went from the national record attempt to 295. Because you can break records at any meet, but you can only be a champion one time in the year. Tim up first, 270. Tony with a smooth opener from 240 kilos. Tim, unfortunately, a bit too much today. He took a big jump to 270 from 260, just a bit too much. Up next is Leon, 279.5. This will be a national record. He's been consistent every single attempt this entire day. So not only will it be for a national record, but it's going to be for a 9-for-9 day. He's already got the win locked up in the 105 division. This is the cherry on top.
And this would move him into first place as well, correct?
Has been in first place all day.
Oh, he has been.
Yes. Leon, who has been consistently also one of my favorite lifters to watch today. He's going to try to put his mark on the field. Here we go. Bar goes up. It's continuing to move, but a bit too much for the day. Great effort. Anytime you can bring a national record to your knees, it's pretty solid.
The smile on his face. He knows he had a great day.
He knows he had a great lift. Up next is our very own Jeff Butt. He's also gone 8 for 8 today. He's going to try to finish it out with a national record. This is on top of the national championship title that he already has in equipped lifting. He's going to make it 2 in raw, and he's also going to try to add a national record on top of that in his 102nd powerlifting competition. Powerlifting since 23 years, powerlifting for 23 years. Jeff Butt has done it all. He's going to look to add another record to that list of accolades. What can't he do? Jeff Butt.
Beautiful lift.
And a new national title, national record for Jeff Butt.
I can smell the baby powder.
Simply incredible. Simply amazing lifting from Jeff.
And Masters 2. So Masters 2 means that you are over the age of
50 to 59.
50 to 59.
And for the last lift on platform 1, Jeffrey Dolan will come out for 295. This will move him into first. This will give him a ticket to Master Worlds. But a bit too much today. Great battle in the 120 plus category. That takes care of platform 1. We will now single on platform 2 as we look to finish out there. Second to last attempt on 1 is Stephen Cormier, 277.5. I think he's actually Stephen Cormier. I don't think he's French.
Very smooth, very easy. Quick lift.
This is the Albert Steve. Red lights. Up next,
Matthew
Matthew,
Lucas, 285
followed by
kilos.
Nick from Saskatchewan. Bars loaded for Matthew.
Starting off pretty big here on platform 2 with some large, heavier weights. Very impressive pulls to see today.
Three white lights. Now we're going back for second attempts. Nick is going to try 205 kilos, followed by Sebastian and Egger.
Everyone has registered a total as well, so there will be no ball mounts in this session, which is a great thing to see. And you know what, Jen? It looks like all the battles in this one are pretty locked up as well, so we might just cruise to the end here. That's good because my brain is mush now.
You're not going to live stream session 12?
No, I have to go coach.
Oh, yes, of course.
I will.
Next, Sebastian, 205 kilos. Bars loaded for Sebastian.
205 kilos for our second attempt. Sebastian is an 83 kilo lifter. Nice long arms. Good lift. Looks really nice. Very smooth, clean.
Up next, Edward, 220, followed by Roy and Dan.
Edward Boris coming in with 220 kilograms, just 484 pounds. Get his position just right before he pulls. Just a little too much for today.
That's a no lift. Up next is Roy with 220, 225 kilos, then Dan, then Brian. Bars loaded for Roy.
Roy Conrad taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Gets that up, puts it down, put it down. 3 white lights. Good lift. Daniel Collette up next with a 7.5 kilo jump.
Up next, Daniel for 220, 225.
He's currently in second place.
Bars loaded.
can't see it on the screen right now, but they are rolling out all of the trophies to give away at the awards ceremony. It's going to be after our third lifts. That's going to be immediately following the conclusion of both platforms, and they will start it. All athletes are asked to remain in the warm-up until they are brought into their respective platforms for medal ceremonies.
Up next is Brian with 242.5 kilos, followed by Jeremy and then Tony.
Brian Machette up with a 7.5 kilo jump.
Bars loaded for Brian.
Thank you to our sponsors. Visit Moose Jaw, SBD Apparel Canada, Inner Strength Products, and Sask Lotteries. Also, thank you to all of the volunteers that have been here, making sure that everything runs smoothly. Three white lights for Brian. Jeremy's up next with 245. This is a large jump. That's 25 kilogram jump.
Bars loaded for Jeremy.
We're getting into some pretty big pulls now as we make our way through second attempts.
I've really enjoyed watching him lift today.
Yeah, any particular reason why?
He's just very strong.
It's those chops, I think.
Yeah, it's the side chops too. He's just got a lot of personality in his face.
Nice job from Jeremy. A little bit of a bobble at the top. I wonder if they'll call that for hitching.
For hitching, yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
There it is.
No lift, put down.
Looked great until the bobble, but that's how she goes.
I think that some people either have an issue with hitching or you don't.
I personally find that when it comes to hitching, a lot of it comes to rushing the lockout. When you break off the floor and it feels really good, but it gets to your sticking point and you start to kind of like panic a little bit. That's
Yeah.
where the pre-lock, like when you lock, the quick lockout happens.
Yeah.
So if you just stay with the bar and keep driving through the floor, that helps to maintain your positioning so you can lock it out.
Yeah, you had also said that pause deadlifts are your favorite, and that's maybe another thing is everybody has a different sticking point. My sticking point is the floor.
Off the floor?
Yeah,
So
as
that-
compared to like anywhere else. Everywhere else moves it. It's just getting it off the floor for me.
So that's where pause deadlifts can be really helpful because that's going to help with positioning.
Very fast. That was very quick.
Nice job from Tony, 252,
For Tony.
with positioning and the application of force and driving force into the floor.
On deck is Rob in the hole with Scott. Bars loaded for Victor.
255 for Victor. Up next.
Wider stance, but not quite sumo. He just has very large shoulders.
You'll find with super heavyweight athletes, they have a wider conventional just to accommodate for so much mass.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
Up next, Robert Pease with 272.5 kilos, followed by Scott and then Andrew.
So up next, Rob is going to take a crack at 600 pounds.
Bars loaded for Rob. That's a nice strong second attempt. Up next is Scott with 280 kilos, followed by Andrew and Steve.
Up next, we have Scott Robertson. Squat Robertson checks out as well, but Scott Robertson attempting 280 kilos. Scott's been cruising all day. looking to just add to his total, pad his stats a little bit. The only thing that are really up for grabs at this point are the overall medals. He looks to be in firm control of the M2s, but we also have to check the other flight for the other side. In the meantime, that is a no lift, unfortunately.
Are both flights competing against each other even though they're in separate flights?
For overalls, correct.
For overalls?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a soft lockout for sure. I know Scott can do a little bit better than that.
So you've been doing a lot of math over there then.
Yeah, I haven't calculated like overalls and stuff, but that's going to be
Okay.
based on like good lift points and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a little bit easier to ascertain just because the highest good lift is the best overall. Next up is Andrew, 280 kilos. Andrew's a very consistent performer, always 8 for 9, 9 for 9. Nicely done from Andrew.
Oh no. He had a great wedge. He got it up quickly, just lost a little bit of grip there.
Unfortunately, if there's one Achilles heel in Andrew's game, it is his grip. It affected him in South Africa, and it's reared its ugly head here today. Hopefully, you know, something he can discuss with his coach to try to rectify in his third attempts. Up next is Steve, 297.5. This is a huge lift. This is 655 pounds. Remember, Steve is like a buck 75.
Yeah, he's 83 kilos. And didn't you say he
He's
weighed in
light.
at 79?
He's a light 83. There
Oh
it
my
is.
goodness, that was so easy, smooth, clean, just went right up. Very good lift.
My guess is that he's going to load up 312 and a half. Matthew with a giant 677.5.
It's a large jump from his first attempt as well.
Pretty common with the 120 plus. Not able to lock that out. Also, it looks like it's on grip. Looks like some of these guys got to spend a summer in the Saskatchewan farms, work on their grip a little bit more. We are entering our last attempts of the session. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned into the stream. Stay till the end. Followed along with our commentary.
We've mentioned them a few times already, but thank you to our sponsors. Visit Moose Jaw, SBD Apparel Canada, Inner Strength Products, and Sask Lotteries. Inner Strength Products is open for in-person shopping today until 6 p.m., and they are located just across the parking lot to the east.
First up to finish is Nick Dolman, 215.
We are on our third attempts. Edward is going to retry his second attempt here at 220 kg.
Big shout out to our spotting and loading team who have been here all week, making sure this sessions run smoothly. Here we go, Edward. Big push. Just a bit too much today, unfortunately. Had a great meet, though. Sebastian's also going to be attempting 220 kilos.
Another 15-kilo jump from his last jump, which is two 15-kilo jumps.
Looks like the 83 podium has been locked up. Sebastian will hold third with this lift.
Bars loaded for Sebastian.
Taking his time, getting set, getting ready.
Bit too much today. Good effort, though.
Gonna go say thank you to all of the judges.
Followed by Dan and Jeremy. Flight A lifters and flight B lifters. Remember to stick around for the award ceremony. That will be happening right after thirds. We're going to do platform one first, and then we'll do our platform right afterwards. Don't run away.
What are some of your biggest takeaways from today's session?
I think that I've just been a little bit overwhelmed, especially just at this this level of competing, as I'm just relatively new to the sport by myself. So I've just been a little bit overwhelmed watching all of the weights and everything and trying to learn everything about the placings and stuff like that. It has been very interesting to watch, especially just how most of these guys, especially if they've missed a lift or just watching them walk off with still so much confidence and just being happy with their days. Just like definitely just proving like you went out there and you gave it your all, and you know what, that's all you can really do. And a lot of them are walking away very happy about their day.
Yeah, definitely. I think, this is nationals for a reason. It's a bit.
We have a dancing cameraman. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Shout out to Bray with
Got some sick moves. Look at this.
Top Set Media. He's doing production today.
He's just so straight faced too. He is giving it.
He's one of one, that's for sure.
Wonder if he knows we're commentating on this.
He's one of one. But yeah, and this is nationals for a reason. Not everyone can just qualify. So anytime you get to step on this stage, you're just making
you
it
should be
here.
very proud of yourself, because you don't walk into a sport and expect to
and then just go straight to nationals.
Yeah, no,
right?
This is something that takes time and effort, and the people that are here have put both time, effort, money, blood, sweat, tears into being here.
Everything and all of the above, right? Like, just making it to nationals, you gotta hang your head held high, hold your head up high, and really celebrate the work that you've done. Daniel Collette, 227.5, trying to get that 500-pound deadlift. No lifts, but a great effort from Daniel.
Missing a few more of our last deadlifts here, but I think that the athletes are just giving it all they got.
Yeah, they're trying to push for as many kilos as they can. Placings are seemingly set in stone, so everything else is about locking up a PR total, finishing up on a high note, just
personal
trying to
best.
Push yourself, as much as you can, right? And so you'll see a little more misses. Also, you'll see more misses as people try to jockey for position and stuff too, and overextend in that capacity. But still, that's the name of the game. Lock that out. Lock that out. Gets it down command,
There we
but
go.
that's a good
That was
lift.
a good
Great
lift.
job from Jeremy there.
Up next is Brian at 247.5 kilos, followed by Tony and Victor.
I'm already excited to see what next year's Nationals brings. Yeah, hopefully some good competition as well. I know a lot of these guys, you know, did great, but I think they're hungry for more. And I think
So what's the, so lots of these men here are competing, well, lots of the athletes at nationals in general are competing to go to worlds right now. If they do not have a qualifying total for worlds, what's their next competition? Would it be a local meet? Would it be a regional meet?
I think that's something you gotta ask them, you know.
Yeah.
Brian Matchett, 247.5, 5 kilo jump. Oh, great fight from Brian there. Nicely done. Good way to finish out the day. I think it really depends on the athlete. Some people like to compete more, so they'll do a local. Some
Do you
people,
have to re-qualify for nationals, or
no, your qualification total, so long as you
Okay.
compete, is good for 2 years. So
Okay.
you don't. All these athletes wouldn't necessarily have to do another competition until the following nationals.
that's kind of what I was, curious
But
about.
it can be good to do like a tune-up competition, whether that's a local or provincial, or
You
know,
don't
we
use
also
it,
have
you
our
lose it.
regionals. We
Yeah.
also have our regionals here in Canada. So, you know, you compete at your local regional, whether that's Western, Central, or Easterns. But yeah, I feel like a lot of these people, especially the more competitive guys, will just kind of build and aim for the next nationals, trying to aim or best their current performance, and you know,
Just for the love of powerlifting too.
yeah, exactly, right. But those world spots, they're very elusive. There's only so many of them to go around, and so, you know, only a couple people are going to be enjoying that, and for the rest of us, it's back to work.
260 here for Tony. This is
It looks like it's a misload, so they're going to send him off the platform. That's a great catch by our side referee there. Always important to make sure that the proper load is on the bar. This won't count against Tony's time, so they'll make the corrections and then call him out when the platform is ready. I find that in an environment like that, that can be hard
I was gonna
when you
say-
mentally prepare, like hype yourself up and take salt, or, you know, do what you need to do, and then all of a sudden there's a mistake, and then there's a lull, and it's like, how do you kind of like,
you have to prepare yourself again.
Yeah.
You're kind of just prepared.
Yeah.
And you got paused.
exactly, especially
Yeah.
look,
He's ready.
it's obvious he took smelling salts for a second time, right? So now he's kind of like gotta
Double amped.
double focus up. So
Yeah, because they only last for,
a couple seconds.
yeah.
Probably for the best.
For anybody who at home listening in who's not a power lifter, sometimes
Bit of up down there, I think.
let's see what they say.
Great gym lift though. No lift.
Oh, no lift. Power lifters will sometimes use smelling salts, which will kind of just make them hyper alert of their surroundings and help them get through a heavy, heavy lift. Generally only used on third attempts.
Or every attempt, if you're like that. I'm just teasing. Victor up next, 262.5. Great attempt from Tony though. Like super smooth all the way up. Definitely within his wheelhouse, but just a bit of up down spoils that one. But still a good gym lift, gym PR for sure, right? We have 6 lifters left to finish out the day here. Again, placings has been fairly solidified, so everything else is just bragging rights.
Bars loaded for Victor.
262.5, 578. A solid deadlift to finish for Victor.
Very smooth, good lift.
Two
white
white lights. That's all you need.
Up next is Robert McLean with 277.5 kilos, followed by Scott and then Andrew. We've got 5 lifters left during their third attempts.
Rob coming up next, 277.5, 611 pounds. That is a crazy big lift for Rob there. We talked about that a little bit earlier on stream. Any chance you get to hit 600 pounds is pretty incredible.
The jury is overturning Victor's good lift. It's now a no
It sounds like the jury has intervened and overturned Victor's good lift into a no lift. There was one red light for lockout, so it seems like the jury agreed that it was
Bars loaded
soft.
for Rob.
Great.
That was-
Oh, soft on the left, soft on the left.
I don't know if he's going to get
Oh,
that.
no. Yeah, you really hate to see it. They do the hard work to get the bar up, and then it's just a little bit soft, and that's enough for the no lift. Great attempt, though. Again, gym lift, gym PRs. Just standing it up is a huge feat, but no lift there. Scott missed his second.
Well, and just the overall fatigue from the prep and then
Everything in the day.
today, yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember what Scott missed his second attempt for?
I believe he dropped it.
Okay, I would liken to guess that he probably won't come out then. Scott's in his 50s. You know him from BC, cool guy, but yeah, you can't make him work more than he already wants to.
Bars loaded for Scott.
Leave that minute there for the next athlete.
Ah, there we go. Come on, Scott. Glad he came out. Put up a good total there. Nicely done from the big man. Very good stuff. Here we go. 3 white lights.
Excellent
Perfect.
lift.
Next lifter, Andrew
It's just
Stewart,
so easy.
280 kilos.
And you're so good like Scott.
Well, and just hitting a lift after you missed it definitely just makes you feel
Yeah.
a little bit better.
Yeah, the mental toughness to come back from that is for sure. All right, up next is Andrew. He missed his lift on grip. He's going to retake 280. Hopefully has worked out a way to hold on to the bar.
Stick around for the awards ceremony. We're gonna do platinum
3 lifters
for
left.
first.
Our next session, I believe, are the Masters women,
In the warm-up group,
which will be very exciting to watch.
bars loaded for Andrew Stewart.
Let's go, Andrew. Finish the job, buddy.
Let's go, Andrew.
So easy. There it is. Oh, but you
Very-
see that grip was coming out. That's a good lift.
That was a good lift.
If you watch his left hand there, that bar's coming out. But he was able to hold on to it, which I'm really glad for. It's hanging on by the fingertips.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
Oh, he got very lucky there. Just I saw him kind of cup his fingers up just a little bit at the last moment there.
We call them baby hands in Africa. All right, we have Steve coming up for our penultimate lift, 305 kilos. I suggested maybe he take 312 because that's what he missed at Masters Worlds, but he's going to take 305, lock up probably best overall M1, and have a good day. I believe this will still be a PR total. For Steve, here we go. Let's go, Steve. £672 for all of New Brunswick. Bar goes.
Oh, no.
One more lift of that, audience.
Good attempt from Steve there. And finally, our last lifter of the day, 307. Retaking his second is Matthew Lucas. Up next on our next session, starting in an hour and a half, we have the M1s and we have all M1s coming up next. So that'll be something to look forward to.
Women?
Yep. Anyone you know competing in that session?
Sandy Klemper, yeah.
Shout out to Sandy.
We're going to parade you out here shortly, so make sure you're dressed and ready to go.
Bars loaded for Matthew. Let's get behind him. Last deadlift for session 2.
Crowd's very excited for this. Making lots of noise. Good vibes only.
There he goes.
There we
There
go.
it is. And that's a good lift for the Squamish family man. Way to end off on a high note. Great lifting all around. Fantastic lift from Matthew. And with that, that concludes session number
11.
12.
Was that 12? This is
11. That concludes session number 11 at the CPU National Championships. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Jonathan Nguyen, and with Jennifer Barbaranoff, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you.